May steps into it, takes a shot downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kayshon Boutte. Patriots in field goal range at the moment. Here's one downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kyle Williams.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome along to the first ever live show for the Pats Across the Pond. Last night was all about introductions. Tonight, we start off the show properly with the live NFL draft in round 2 and round 3. We've got Nick and Rob on board with us tonight. I'm not sure if Kieran and DJ are going to make an appearance, but we are here to do the draft as you see. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Nick, how are we? How's your day been?
From the sounds of it, less stressful than you two have had. All good. I had a lie-in this morning. No scaffolders waking me up. Just a bit men at 7 o'clock, and then I went back to bed. But no, all good. Did some jobs and whatever else. Tomorrow is going to be the tough one for me because I'm going to Wembley all day. I'm at Wembley on a day trip all day, so I'm not home till midnight, and I probably will get 3 hours sleep tonight. So tomorrow is going to be the tough day for me.
Okay, good. Rob, how are we, mate? How's your day? But obviously you had a bit of an early one today. How much sleep have you had since?
I've been able to catch up this evening. It's been a bit of a crazy 36 hours. So left York train station at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, came down to London. Obviously amazing night last night at the draft event at the Hippodrome with you, Carl, and the rest of the guys. Got into bed at about, I slept on the sofa bed, didn't I? Got to sleep about 5 a.m. this morning, and then I was up again just after 7:30. Felt like a dead man. Felt like a dead man walking to get to the train station, and then was back in York for 11:30 this morning. Was at a funeral this afternoon, and then managed to come home and get a number of hours sleep from about 5 till 10. And then I've been up since then and ready to go this evening. So we're back up to sort of 7 hours sleep over the last 2 days. So that's pretty good going, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm fresh as a daisy.
I'm tired just listening to that.
I got back at 3 o'clock. I had to pick my son up from school, bring him back home, do his homework with him, and then dinner and that. And by the time I actually went to bed at 8 o'clock, I said, I really need to sleep. And then I realized, oh shit, I forgot to set the stream up. So yeah, I know. I've had to switch the mic settings over. I don't know why. It's because I plugged my camera back in, so it was pointless bringing the camera. But anyway, never mind. Guys, we have just noticed that the 49ers are on the they're on the clock at the moment. So
it's only 6 minutes. 6 minutes of pick tonight as well.
It says
Is it 6?
I've got about 4:45. Yeah, I've got about 4.
So you guys are ahead of me.
Slightly ahead of you. So I can pause it.
4:25 now.
You're way ahead.
Oh, you're way ahead, Nick. Wow. You can be breaking news. You'll be Adam Schefter this evening.
I will announce the picks then. How's that?
Indeed. Other NFL draft experts and insiders are available. But that was the first one that came to mind.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, what a night last night at the casino. Amazing stuff. Really enjoyed it. Great to see everyone. What happened to you, Nick?
Well, somebody decided, and look, I'm not one to criticize. I believe really strongly in mental health. I've had my own issues, but somebody felt that the battle was too much and decided that they had to end theirs. And that is what it is. I'm not going to dwell on that. But that caused an catastrophic failure to the whole system because nothing could come out of London, nothing could come into London through Watford, and it was just a nightmare. I got stuck in rugby. I was in rugby for about 3 hours. constantly being promised, yeah, you'll be on your way soon, yeah, you'll be on your way soon, and never did. And eventually I took the opportunity to go the other way, and eventually I got home about 9 o'clock. So
it was a shame not to have
it
you
was
there.
a jolly to rugby and back for me.
Was really looking forward to getting to meet you and having you there. But what did you make of the draft last night? Obviously, me, Carl, Kieran, and DJ have all spoken about it. But what were your kind of thoughts on things?
There were a few. I was surprised that the Rams took Simpson and not a wide receiver. I was surprised. I think there weren't any major big surprises, but I think there were little ones that made the whole draft interesting. Jeremiah Love going at 3 to the Cardinals was a little surprise. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Simpson going to the Rams. I thought that the thing that's popped out on social media today with Makai Lemon being on the phone to the Steelers and them saying they're going to take him at 21, and then the Eagles jump up above the Steelers and take him at 20, and he's on the phone to Pittsburgh while the Eagles are on the phone to him, and so I thought it was all. And with regards to the Patriots, I think they realized pretty quickly that they had to move forward a bit because they were running out of tackles. The pick is in for San Francisco, just waiting for it to be announced.
Yep. I think it's an edge. I think they're taking an edge here because the stat that came up on the NFL Network here stating that the 49ers had the least sacks of all the teams in the NFL last year at 20. So,
could we see Cassius Howell go straight away? That would be a relief, wouldn't it?
Just get that guy off. If they take someone like Derek Moore or Mason Thomas, I'm going to be so depressed already.
Yeah. But going back to it, I mean, I think I don't have an issue with Lomu. He was the best on the board at the time. We've had this discussion many a times about it is a need. Tackle is a need because Moses isn't getting any younger. I personally, as soon as Iniacho went off the blocks at 21, it was just like, right, well, we need the best available. So all good, really.
Yeah, when Ahanacho went at 21, I was pretty convinced that Lomu wasn't going to be available for us because there'd just been a run on tackles from 10 really, starting with Maui Noah. Or even Fano at 9, actually, to be fair. So so we had 6 tackles go off the board in quite a short space of time. So I was a little bit surprised that, Lomu was there. Obviously, we had to move up. You give up a 4th rounder. Go on. Who have we got from the 49ers? The first pick of the second night.
Yep. And they're putting a punter in to announce the pick.
It's because Pittsburgh's his hometown.
Oh, nice. Let's have a look. Do you know they always do this?
Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Wow, ahead of Denzel Boston.
Yeah. Ahead of Boston, ahead of Bell, ahead of Brazil.
Yeah.
There we go.
Interesting. Big guy. A little bit interesting because they've just signed Mike Evans, haven't they? So, they've got a sort of big body wide receiver, but, it kind of adds some depth with Pearsall and Christian Kirk. But
any weapon to help out Purdy. Any weapon to help out Purdy.
Very true. But yeah, as I was saying about Lomu, you had to give up a 4th rounder to move up. But in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't normally like trading up there. I really like what Buffalo did, moving back 9 spots and picking up an absolute haul of picks later on in the draft. But for us, tackle was the need that we had to address. And if you were going to do it, unless you were going to take a real flyer on someone like Isaiah Ward later on in the draft, it had to be in the first round, really, because of the drop-off in talent following the first round. I think that, edge was Also in consideration, we talked in the pre-draft process about guys like R. Mason Thomas and Malachi Lawrence, Zion Young for me, TJ Parker, all as options at 31. But there is some depth there on day 2. So I'm hoping that this evening we're able to pick up somebody like the guys we just mentioned, or even Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, which are probably more realistic at the back end of the second round, and see what we can do there. So, I mean, for me, looking at the night ahead, I'm looking for basically defense all the way through. The second and third into the fourth round. Really, I don't really see a particular need on offense at the moment. So I'm hoping that we can add some depth at edge, linebacker, safety potentially tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Just a bit of breaking news. The Giants are in talks with the Saints to trade Kayvon Thibodeau.
You see, it's understandable that with them taking Reese yesterday at 5, isn't it? Obviously, they've got Burns, Abdul Carter, and Arvo Reese. I put in the chat yesterday about potentially a Kayvon Thibodeau for Kayshon Boutte trade. Would anyone have had any interest in Thibodeau?
Thibodeau, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Right, here comes Arizona's pick.
It's a smooth start. They do so much talking on the stage.
Paige Bisontis, guard. Texas A&M.
Nice. Bisontis. Chase Bisontis.
I'm looking at the list of guys that are available. Nick, what do you think it seems like there's quite a lot of corners that slipped out of the first round. Obviously Jamod McCoy because of the injury, but Avion Terrell's still there. Colton Hood's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I've had 2 guards go ahead of Emmanuel Pregnon that I had as a lower grade. That was one thing. Caden McDonald's still there.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's still there.
I think Jamod McCoy is going to continue to fall because this report of him needing another surgery, and so I expect Colton Hood and Brandon Cisse to go ahead of McCoy, or at least certainly Hood.
At what point would you be comfortable kind of taking your shot on Jamod McCoy? When does the kind of upside outweigh the risk with the injury, do you think?
To be honest, I think anywhere now. I think if you're needing a corner, because you've got to remember, all these teams have seen the medical reports anyway. So if you are of the opinion that you are comfortable taking him, then anytime now, really, because he's fallen way below where he should have gone. Because he was ranked at 17, and I had him going as the second corner off the board. So it could be any time now, or it could, like I said, he could fall quite far yet. If he's fit, someone's going to get a bargain.
Yeah. Bill's picking. Any ideas on where Buffalo is going to be going?
They need secondary help.
Their needs are guard, defensive interior, linebacker, and safety. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's still on the board, safety. CJ Allen at linebacker is still on the board. Caden McDonald at defensive interior is still on the board. So there's 3 good players there that they could take. TJ Parker at edge is still on the board. So, Buffalo are in a great position. There's some good players still on the board here in positions that they need.
I hate to say it, but it seems like they pulled an absolute blinder last night. They traded down 3 times from 26 to 28, 28 to 31, and then 31 to 35. And they picked up God knows how many picks in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. And they're still going to walk away with a really good player here. Brandon Beane's come under a lot of criticism, and I think rightly so, given, you know, kind of the comments made on
DJ Parker, linebacker, Clemson.
Yeah, there you go. That's a pretty good ad for them. I think we all talked about him as quite a high floor guy. So I think they're going to get somebody in there that can contribute pretty much straight away.
You don't look happy, mind you.
TJ Parker.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I think he's annoyed he didn't go last night. To be honest, he don't look happy.
Yeah.
It can't be that he's going to the Bills, because you know that's not a bad. For all the fact that we don't like him, you know, it's not the worst outfit to go to.
No, exactly.
But, yeah. So. But.
Yeah, I think I was saying last night that was it who was I saying last night, Carl, that had been mocked to the Dolphins? Was it maybe Mekhi Lemon?
Yeah,
that must have been really happy last night because he'd been mocked to the Dolphins for quite a while, and then he ends up at Philadelphia.
Mm. Okay, so up next will be the Texans by the looks of it, unless we see anything else transpire from a trade of some kind. Nothing's coming up on my phone.
Have you had any more thoughts on the?
Hold up.
Oh, hey.
Oh no, the Texans have traded up.
Okay.
Yeah, the Texans were at 38. They've gone up to 36.
Have you had any more thoughts on the Lomu pick from last night, Carl? Now you've had a little bit of time to think.
I've seen a little bit of the Discord coming out and so on. Is he the one we really wanted? Not exactly, but he does have very good traits about him. Okay, his height and weight. His height, I'm not too bothered with. His weight, 330. He needs to put on at least another 20 pounds. But we've got him in as a contingency plan for Morgan Moses. We don't have to start him now. But fucking WEI this morning, or rather this afternoon, when I listened to it, completely freaking poo-pooed the situation by saying it's a wasted pick. Why the hell are we buying someone at depth at round 1? And I'm like, you do realize you just answered your own question there. You fucking moron.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, it's got a bit of work to do with the running game, but I don't expect him to play. You know, and he's on a 5-year option. He's on a 5-year contract, so therefore the first year red shirt and just see how he gets on. If Morgan Moses goes down, okay, Caleb Lamu's got to come in. This is why you have to have depth. It's the same with any sport. You have to have depth in most positions.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, given Morgan Moses' age, like he was pretty healthy for his last year, but you know, prior to that, you know, he's not had a totally injury-free career. You know, with the Ravens and the Jets, he's missed some time. I think that, like you mentioned, the thing that stood out for me watching him on film was the size and the weight, and him needing to add some mass there, because I think he's going to struggle against, you know, sort of NFL bull rushes and power early on, but he's in that position where he's got that time to develop, and I think it's a really healthy situation with having the older player in Morgan Moses who can, you know, help mentor and develop him with his experience, but then also playing alongside Will Campbell, who's another young tackle. So he's got this sort of older mentor on one side and then this contemporary peer on the other. So I think he's in a really sort of healthy position from a personal development standpoint, you know, to succeed long term. So all the kind of, you know, extra stuff around the pick, I think he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think it's a bit overblown with the situation regarding what the media said, which is no surprise really.
He's 21 years old. Yeah, he gave up 2 sacks in 823 pass blocking snaps at college. You know, so it's pretty solid numbers. And at 21, he's got plenty of time. Started 24 out of 24 games over the last 2 years. No major injury concerns. So, you know, there's plenty to like there. I think as long as we are able to address some kind of edge depth and maybe some linebacker later on, but edge is certainly now the next one.
So Houston, they've received the second pick of 36 and the fourth of 117th. The Raiders have received the second pick, which is 38, from the third round pick of 91. That's the trade package.
Texans have just moved down from 91 to 117 then, haven't they, in order to go up 2 spots here. I quite like the fact that on the, I'll see on the ticker there under additions, they highlighted Marte Mapu as an addition for the Texans. Major off-season signing. Are there any guys in particular that you're hoping to fall to the Patriots tonight?
Texans are just making their pick now. Hang on.
Okay, hang on. For me, Oscar Delp in the third round.
Right.
Caden McDonald.
Oh.
Interior.
Jesus, that defense has got to eat.
The rich get richer, huh?
That defense is getting more disgusting.
Oh.
They've got so much speed on that defense with Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Al-Shaair, in that front seven, to be able to add a run-stuffing defensive tackle like Caden McDonald. Can't hate that for the Texans. Yeah, anyone for yourself, Nick, that you're hoping that the Patriots can pick up this evening?
I think edge has to be a priority. Looking at the edges left, and the fact that we're picking towards the back, Joshua Josephs, Derek Moore, Dennis Sutton, Romelio Height, possibly LT Overton. They're the K'Ron Crawford, maybe, depending on how much of a run there are on edges. But ultimately, this first pick in the second round pick really does have to be an edge, because it's probably now our aside from linebacker our a big need. So today for me would be an edge and a linebacker. I wouldn't worry about anything else today.
Yeah, there's not a whole. As I look at the roster and the depth chart, there's not a whole lot of opportunities to come in and start on this Patriots team. I think the edges in a rotation on the edge is probably the number one spot that is available, and then after that, you're really looking at a little bit of depth. So there's probably 10 guys there on the edge that are going to be available this evening. I think it's unlikely that Zion Young or R. Mason Thomas will be available at 63. Obviously, you could potentially move up if someone is starting to fall, but certainly someone like Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, I know in my mock draft I took at 63, which might have been a little bit high, but someone like that's got that speed off the edge, I think would be really interesting.
Yeah, Caden McDonald's in tears. I think that was I think that was a good spot for him. That defensive.
I had him going first round, to be honest.
Yeah. So did I.
So great value there by Houston, really.
Yeah, and I suppose he ended up being actually the third defensive tackle off the board, didn't he? Because Caleb Banks went all the way up at 18 to Minnesota, and then Peter Woods went to the Chiefs at 29 as well, which was a little bit of a surprise, I think, for me.
Yeah.
So certainly Banks at 18 was a shocker.
I think they've done that because I don't think Chris Jones has got many years left. He's played at such an elite level for so long. I think this year might be his last. It's probably his last push, and then I think Peter will potentially. I don't know. It might be joining alongside Chris Jones. So I don't know.
Yeah, good night.
So what is Houston's plan this year? Just beat everybody to death.
Yeah, win 10-7.
Well, yeah, because remember they've got a couple of receivers returning as well, haven't they? They've been out injured all season.
Tank Dell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, for that Houston team, I'm not sure where else they could really look to improve other than the quarterback position. Obviously, they're possibly. Well, to be fair, they added David Montgomery. They've got Woody Marks in the backfield. Dalton Schultz is still there as the tight end. I think they added a couple of guys on the offensive line. They certainly brought him. I know they traded Titus Howell, but they brought in Braden Smith from the Colts at right tackle. You've got Ursery at left tackle. They drafted Rutledge in the first round last night, and then we just mentioned about the depth that they've got at receiver. So really, the only thing that's going to unlock that offense anymore for me is going to be a change at quarterback. And I think that, CJ Stroud obviously had a historically bad playoff run. He was absolutely shocking. But, it probably would have been a bit quick to move off him, or they certainly want to give him another chance. So, improving the defense and just adding more young, cost-controlled players over there, I don't think is a bad shout for Houston.
Okay, so what the Giants go for here?
Well, they got their linebacker, didn't they? And they got, who else did they take? Who else was it?
They took Francis Mauigoa with the 10th overall pick.
Yeah. And they got Reese as well. So Warren at safety or a wide receiver, maybe.
Yeah, I suppose Denzel Boston's still there, isn't he? You could pop him opposite Malik Neighbors. It wouldn't surprise me though if John Harbaugh goes for. So that's a bit of a reach at 37, isn't
it? He's doing the pick. Sorry, he's not being selected.
It wouldn't shock me if John Harbaugh was selected. Oh, there you go. I was going to say one of the high-value defensive guys there. I think that's a great pick.
And Jamad McCoy continues to fall.
Mm-hmm. They've come away with 3 really good players there, I think, in Reese, Mauigoa, and Hood.
Mm. Okay, good pick there, but the Giants have done well so far.
Yeah. Did anyone see, obviously we mentioned Ty Simpson a little bit ago. Did anyone see Sean McVay's sort of reaction, or has anyone seen the clips?
He was not happy, was he?
Oh, you can tell something. I said this to you, Rob, last night. I said, I'm not fussed about that the Rams took him because I think they're going to need a transitional plan ready for when Matthew Stafford calls it a day. But the fact they decided to take Ty Simpson at pick 13 instead of picking him like further on down, like at the back end of round 1, I was like, that's just so unnecessary. I mean, they need the backup QB. Don't get me wrong, but surely they could have done what they could have done what the Bills did and that trade back into round 2. Ty Simpson was going to be there at round 2.
Well, the majority
unless they got whiff that the Steelers maybe were going after Ty Simpson as well, because we've still had no news yet regarding of Aaron Rodgers. So maybe they had that one in 2 minds. But even so, the Steelers have got more pressing needs than just quarterback. So
yeah, I mean, the majority of the discourse around Ty Simpson going in the first round was, is Arizona going to trade up into the back end of the first round just to get that 5th-year option? Really not even a case of like, is that the most valuable spot to pick him, or is that where he's, where there's going to be a number of teams interested in him? The talk was about the reason that you would draft him at the end of the first round is to get the 5th-year option. So I think that there is the possibility that, like you say, Pittsburgh was going to go there, but Pittsburgh was picking at 21, so you could probably have dropped back from 13 anyway and got him. But it just seems such a rogue move for the F Them Picks GM, who's been so all in on winning now, just to totally punt this first round pick into the middle of next year. And it also starts the clock on Stafford as well, coming off an MVP season.
But I think the thing for me is the Rams are in a Super Bowl window with Puka Nakua's issues and everything else. They were screaming for a wide receiver and they took a backup QB.
So we've got Raiders here at 38.
Traden Stukes.
Wow.
Safety.
Oh.
Still no Warren.
Did I just hear you call Traden Stukes a safety there, Nick?
Yeah.
He's classed as a safety. That's what NFL got him.
There was some debate in the process about whether he was a corner or a safety, wasn't there? Does that mean that you've come round, Nick?
Yeah. No,
Kieran
I
will
was
be.
just repeating what I was just. I'm not going to give that. Don't. I was just repeating what the NFL were listing him as.
Kieran's just put a message in the group chat if anyone wants to check it. I can't see it because I'm watching the draft on my phone.
I'm just looking at it now.
I have a feeling I know what it says.
I know what it's coming, yeah.
And Kieran just put in the group chat, Stooks announced as a safety at Nick Cosgrove. Yes, we are
There you go.
already aware of that.
I've just referred to him as a safety myself. So
Little
there you go,
Freudian
Kieran.
slip there, Nick. Kieran's giggling away.
Kieran can be satisfied that
Get your ass in the chat. I know you can't go live with us tonight, but at least you could be in the chat for us. Keep us right? So
I don't need him giving me grief as well.
He's gonna love that. He's
Okay.
gonna love that.
So the Raiders so far have taken Mendoza, which is the obvious pick, and now they've taken a safety. Okay. All right. That's two positions needed. Oh, and the pick is in for the Browns.
What's the Raiders wide receiver situation? Because I was half expecting them to kind of try and add a weapon for Mendoza. I mean, I'm not a Denzel Boston guy. I have no interest in him being on the New England Patriots whatsoever. But he was sat there. Chris Bell was sat there.
Chris Bell's injured though.
Yeah, true.
You draft Chris Bell, you haven't got him for a year.
True. What have they got?
Which is the same problem with Isaiah World, which is the same issue with Isaiah World. You know.
Oh boy. Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, Jack Beck.
So it comes a point when Isaiah World, who was probably, if fit, a second rounder, if Caleb Lomu had gone, you were probably talking Isaiah World in a year's time would be the best option. But you could have traded back for that.
Well, that was the conversation, wasn't it? That if you wanted to add a tackle high in the draft, I suppose there was Caleb Tiernan as an option in round 2, but really there were those 7 tackles that were, sort of consensus first round picks. So if you wanted to address tackle early, then you would go there. And if you were going to go edge at 31, say if, someone had fallen that you were absolutely in love with, if Ruben Bain had got all the way down there, or whether Messidor had got down there, and, that was somebody that the Patriots had fallen in love with, then you would be actually looking at then, not addressing tackle for a little bit, actually, and banking on the upside of someone like World, much later on in the draft. Where are you expecting him to go, Nick? Because, a few weeks ago we were talking about him as maybe a 4th, 5th round pick. Would you still say that?
Who's that? Sorry.
Isaiah World.
Yeah, I've got him late 3rd, early 4th. I think, to be honest, I've got him in the 4th, but I think there's a good chance he's going to go slightly higher than that. So I think his window is probably late 3rd, early 4th.
Yeah.
So
Cleveland taken then.
Just waiting on seeing who the. We're still waiting to find out.
So in terms of who would be top player on my board, it would be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I think that's best player available for me at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting whether if they look at taking some kind of edge. Obviously, they redid Myles Garrett's contract, so if they went edge, then
they lost Wyatt Teller in the offseason, so they could potentially go guard.
They brought in Elton Jenkins and I just said Titus Howard from the Texans, so they've made a couple of moves on the offensive line, and then they just drafted Fano, didn't they? So they've got the left tackle sorted as well. But certainly they could add someone on the interior.
Denzel Boston going to Cleveland.
Is he? So they go back-to-back wide receivers, Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Wow.
Wow. So not only they got Casey Concepcion, they've now got Denzel Boston as well. They're really trying to prove that fucking Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback. The question is, the critical word in that sentence is should.
I mean, they're giving him all the tools to succeed. So I just had a look. So they brought in Titus Howard, Tevin Jenkins, Zion Johnson, and Elton Jenkins on the offensive line. So they signed 4 free agents. They drafted Spencer Fano. So it's going to be a totally new 5 in front of Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, Quinshon Judkins at the running back. Harold Fanning at tight end. They've not brought back David Njoku to this point. And now adding a couple of wide receivers. They've put quite a few pieces around Shedeur. Obviously, the offensive line will probably take some time to mesh together. You know, it's very rare that you see all 5 of the offensive line totally washed out and replaced in the NFL. So I imagine that'll take some time to come together. But they've given some, some option or, some support to Shedeur Sanders. And obviously, if it doesn't work out with him, then, they'll probably be picking pretty high in the draft next year, looking at one of the one of the higher end guys next year as well.
Chiefs are on the clock, and their pick is it.
I think they're going edge here. I think this is where we see someone like Zion Young or Cassius Howell. I think sounds like a Kansas City Chief. I can see that. Like I said, I'm not a fan. I think he's going to be a bust, but I could see that. Certainly feels like their biggest need, unless they want to, go in again at corner. And if they added Mansour Delane and Jamod McCoy, top 2 corners of a lot of people's boards a few weeks ago. I thought that was Andy Reid making the pick there for a second.
Mason Thomas.
Oh no! No! Oh, that was very sad. Oh, great pick, Kansas City. Fair bucks. Cross him off the list.
Oh,
what a shame. I think they're getting a hell of a player there. Really, really quick off the edge. He can do a lot of stuff. Very exciting. Let me find my notes on Mason Thomas. I'll have to go digging. See, I'm old school. I do all of my draft notes on pen and paper. So I've got to go find it all.
Oh, that is sickening. That was my favorite edge as well.
There you go, Rob. Look, an entire pad full of notes.
Nice. Yeah.
Old school as well.
Yeah, I'm here with all of this kind of stuff in here. Where is it?
Okay. Well, let's get off the screen. So their defense right now consists of Chris Jones, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, Nick Bolton, Mansour Delane. Steve Spagnuolo is going to have a lovely time with that. Okay, Bungles are on the clock.
Yeah, he's Mason Thomas, a little bit undersized at 6'2", 241 pounds, but plays bigger and is stronger than you would expect at that size. Makes plays on the ball, really flashes off the screen, fast, bendy. A couple of injury, concerns, I suppose. A quad injury and an ankle injury in 2025 and 2023, respectively. But 16 sacks across the last 2 years at Oklahoma, 3 forced fumbles across that time. And he'd met with the Patriots as well on a 30 visit. So obviously somebody that we had some interest in. I think that's they could be putting a really decent defensive line together there with Carl Aftis, Chris Jones, Peter Woods, and Mason Thomas. Sad to see him go off the board there.
Cassius Howell.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Bengals.
The Bengals. The Bengals. So the Bengals. So there goes the run of edges. So now the next load is Zion Young and
yes,
Danny Dennis Sutton.
years. No surprise there. I mean, that's just such like a commentary on, which are the elite franchises in the NFL. We've got back-to-back picks there at the edge position. And, I'm not, just for me, absolutely love our Mason Thomas. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. What's Kieran said?
And hang on. Another Texas A&M bust for the Bungles.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not a fan of Cassius Howell. If he was going to succeed, then it would be in a place like Kansas City. I mentioned his name a minute ago when the Chiefs were on the clock. But going to Cincinnati, I really don't fancy that whatsoever. So
Jaden Reed signed an extension at the at Green Bay. 20 million guaranteed, APY of 50.25 million.
Speaking of Packers wide receivers, I'm going to make a tenuous link there to obviously the fact they traded Dontavian Wicks to the Philadelphia Eagles, who took Mekhi Lemon, traded up for Mekhi Lemon. You mentioned about the phone call earlier, Nick. They gave up 2 4th-round picks to move up and take Mekhi Lemon at 20. What do you make of that pick, and what do you think it means for, you know what?
I think it blatantly obvious AJ's on his way out.
Yeah.
Saints select Kristen Miller.
Ooh.
I like that. That's a good pick, that. And yet, CJ Allen, Jamod McCoy, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren continue to fall. And Terrell. They're the 4 guys that still have first-round grades, and they're falling like stones, all of them.
Keep them falling.
Jamod McCoy, I understand because of his injury. The other, so.
And we've had 10 picks already, though.
Hey, if CJ Allen keeps falling, I'm now in the thought of, well, get your ass up into the middle of round 2 and get CJ Allen.
Well,
Don't worry about it.
You got CJ Allen and Jacob Rodriguez. They're both going to be in that bracket.
I love Jacob.
Yeah, that's the one that gets me
Please.
excited. If CJ Allen carries on falling, then at what point is Jacob Rodriguez going to be available? I would even consider going Jacob. Well, I think I probably would go Jacob Rodriguez in round 2. I think there's
been a trade.
I would go Jacob Rodriguez in round 2 and then look at Romello Height in round 3, hopefully.
Oh, I'd go Rodriguez ahead of Allen, yeah.
Have the Saints... Oh, no, that's what the Saints
have just picked.
Dickhead. I know that.
So, yeah, I'm now firmly on Jacob Rodriguez watch.
Yes.
Firmly on Jacob Rodriguez watch.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be happy with CJ Allen as well. Very happy. We need linebacker help. We've got Spillane Ellis, and that's about it.
Yeah, I just think that Rodriguez reminds me of Robert Spillane, and Spillane is my favorite player. I don't know if you noticed, Carl, but the T-shirt that I was wearing last night had Spillane 14 on the back. It's
I
quite
know.
a rogue one.
I know it's hanging up in the closet. I know it's that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's normally displayed in a frame in my bedroom, but I brought it out especially for last night. But yeah, Rodriguez reminds me of Spillane. He's just somebody that flies all over the field. And, wherever, if you're looking to find Robert Spillane on the football field, look for the football. And he's probably going to be around about there, on every single play.
There, yeah.
And Jacob Rodriguez is exactly the same for me. I think, how many forced fumbles was it? They had something like 7 forced fumbles. Jacob Rodriguez, So if he's there, I would, and I'm not really a big fan of moving up in the draft generally. I like amassing picks, but
Okay, there we go. The Dolphins picks in.
Yeah, 128 tackles. Well, in fact, if you look at the last 2 years for Jacob Rodriguez, over the last 2 years, it's 255 tackles, 6 sacks, 21.5 tackles for loss, 10 passes defensed, 5 interceptions, and 10 forced fumbles over the last 2 years at Texas Tech. Absolute monster.
So Miami still needs secondary. Could it? So the Dolphins took Proctor, which is mad.
Polarizing, isn't it? I thought they might go Jamod McCoy at the back end of the first and bank on the upside there, just because the Dolphins are going to be that bad that it really doesn't matter if Jamod McCoy is not healthy until next season. So if they went here, then that wouldn't surprise me either. But they went Chris Johnson, didn't they? So I doubt they go back to back corner. Could do.
Just to say that Taylor Green is the 7th best quarterback still available.
Oh, there's been a trade. There's been a trade, not for draft picks, but Pelea. The Cowboys are trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winters per Ian Rappaport.
Right, wow. Well, I suppose with them going with Downs and Malachi Lawrence, linebacker was the position of need that they didn't really address. So they found a way to do it. Found a way to do it anyway. Great pick by them with Caleb Downs. Surprised that he lasted that long. As arguably, one of the top 3 just best players in the draft, regardless of position. And he lasted all the way down to number 11, was it?
Lions have traded with the Jets.
Yeah, they've come up to 12. Was it to 44? If the Lions take Jacob Rodriguez and they go with Blake Miller and Jacob Rodriguez, 2 guys that we want on the Patriots.
Yeah.
Oh, you're joking. I've just seen who the Dolphins pick is.
I haven't seen it yet. Have you just seen it on X or something?
I've seen it on ESPN. That's updating quicker than anything else.
Oh no.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Oh, fuck off.
That's that dream gone.
Absolute monster.
Oh, we were just talking about him.
You let yourself get excited just once, and it comes back to bite you.
Fucking Commissioner Coop's gonna rub that in my face on Sunday. Great.
Try and dream, and there he goes. What a shame.
Okay, back to Edge then.
Yeah, certainly for me, that would be where I'd be looking. And then there's, linebackers later on in the draft that, a lot of us like Bryce Betcher, Caleb Elams, or Keyshawn Elliott. Deontay Lawson, I'm a fan of personally.
So the trade for D. Winters come in a 5th rounder.
Fair. Significant amount of coffee and Red Bull has been had so far, and that's going to continue, I think.
Unfortunately, I didn't stock up, so I'm either going coffee or water.
Yeah.
Or IPA. I don't really fancy IPA.
No chance.
Lions are on the clock.
Who do you think they've moved up for?
Gotta be corner, surely.
Could well be, yeah.
I mean, defensive line and linebacker are their biggest needs. I mean,
they've traded with the Jets.
Yeah.
So the Jets have received the Lions 2nd at 50, and the Jets have got the 4th round pick, which is 128.
Megatron's making the pick.
Cool, blimey, he's slimmed down a bit, hasn't he? From his playing days.
Yeah.
Derek Moore.
Oh my! Is this
Michigan boy staying in Michigan.
What ain't Carl?
This now it's going from bad to worse for me already. Oh, fuck you, Fletch. That's all I'm going to say to that. Damn it.
Any surprise here that he's gone ahead of, someone like Zion Young or Gabe Yakas? I know is someone that a lot of people are high on.
I think it's the Michigan thing, to be honest.
Just that link, yeah. Very good player, good all-round player. Wouldn't have hated him as a New England Patriot. He wouldn't have been my first choice in the second round, so I'm not personally too disappointed. I like Joshua Josephs more than Derek Moore in that similar kind of range. Like I say, I'm a Zion Young guy, but we'll see how far he falls.
Well, I was saying with Detroit taking Blake Miller last night. I was saying Blake Miller's no longer Blake Miller. He's Blake Michigan, as in Lake Michigan.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Indeed.
Oh, these edges are disappearing.
Yeah, it's getting concerning now.
We need one.
Badly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's four in the first 12 picks of this round, isn't it? With TJ Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, and now Derek Moore.
Well, as I look at it, Tampa need one, I reckon. Or
they got Bain in the first round, didn't they?
They took Ruben Bain though.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah. Right. Okay. Jets took what's his face?
Bailey.
Eagles.
Yeah.
They need one because they took a wide receiver, didn't they? They took Malachi.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Have they taken one yet?
No.
No. So that's 3. That's 3 teams ahead of us.
The Bears as well, maybe.
That have that are listed as having a edge need. So even if you just took the top 3 off the board, Zion Young 40, Gabe Yakas 51, and Joshua Joseph 63, that leaves us with Sutton at 67, Height at 77, and LT Overton at 91. So I think if I think we're okay at the moment.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? With it being such a premium position that, you've got teams that have a significant need at that spot, but it's one of the positions where any team, would look to add an edge there if it's a player that's high on their board just because of the value you get at that position. So, it's really difficult to predict how many are going to go. Obviously, a lot of us had Danny Dennis Sutton in the mock drafts that we did. He's someone that I was really high on early in the process. Loved the pedigree coming out of Penn State. Love the size. So I'm generally a size guy when it comes to edge rushers. If you look at all of the elite guys in the NFL, they're all 6'4" plus, or if not, then I came up with a list and it's pretty much everybody's at least 6'4", apart from Micah Parsons, Khalil Mack, and Nick Bonita, who are all 6'3". So that's why I wasn't a massive fan of R. Mason Thomas, but and that's why I am a Zion Young guy.
It's not about how big you are, but how you use your skills.
Sure, I just like length, Nick. That's personal preference, but that's what I got.
What you like is entirely up to you. I'm not going to judge you.
I'm a fan of length and girth.
To your own preferences. I am not here to judge you and your personal choices.
Thank you very much.
I think a big guy with a lot of girth is hard to get around.
Certainly. But when you find them, special.
They can be scary.
So yeah, Danny Dennis Sutton, 6'6", 256 pounds, out of Penn State. Met with the Patriots at the Senior Bowl. 5-star recruit out of high school, third team All Big Ten, 2023 and 2025. Good numbers, 9 sacks in each of the last 2 years, 25 tackles for loss across those last 2 years as well. 5 forced fumbles in the last 2 years. Big guy, versatile, can do a lot. Plays as a spy sometimes, bends the edge well, got range of pass rush moves. But I've kind of moved away from him as the number one option. Well, not number one option, but it's a question of flavor, isn't it? And with guys like Joshua Josephs and Romello Height, you get more of that burst and speed off the edge, which Elliot Wolf kind of alluded to the Patriots looking to add on the defensive edge.
So who are the Ravens taking then?
They could probably do with another interior offensive lineman, really.
They take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren to pair up with flipping Carl Hammer, and that'll be disgusting.
That'd be filthy. They could walk away with Vega and Pregnon, though. There's 2 very good interior offensive linemen.
Are you trying to trigger Tom anymore?
No, I think they'd love it. They could come up with a new song for him as well.
He just stood on stage and went, "Pittsburgh suck."
Brilliant. Brilliant. I was almost surprised that they went with Vega Ioane.
I'd sign that blonde. Do you reckon she's available to be signed?
Steady on, mate.
No.
Don't you go to San Francisco twice a year?
I'm not familiar with
Zion Young.
There you go.
Oh, great. Another edge off the board. Although, to be honest, he wasn't one of my choices.
Yeah. I'm a little disappointed. I was a Zion Young fan, I was a Zion Young fan.
Oh, he looks... He's crying, but whether he's crying because that or he's crying, he's like, shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was a fan of Zion Young, so a little bit disappointed to see him go, particularly to the Baltimore Ravens. They obviously pair him opposite Trey Hendrickson. I think that the Ravens boys from across the pond will be a little bit more pleased with that one than what they were with Vega. They were not happy last night, were they?
They weren't. Hang on, let me just see if I've managed to send it via to my email address. Hopefully I've got it.
A lot of the guys there thought that if they were going to take Vega Ioane, then they should be looking at trading down. But obviously, when Ruben Bain fell and was available to them at 14, they started singing songs about Ruben Bain, and they were absolutely convinced that they were going to go with him, and they were very preemptively excited. And then, obviously, the pick came in as Ioane, and a couple of them had their head in their hands.
Oh dear.
Oh, Bucks are on the clock and the pick's in. God, I'm way too slow for this. Okay, Buccaneers are on the clock, but just as I've done that, they have just stopped.
Josiah Trotter.
Oh,
wow. I just noted him down as somebody that we might be able to look at as another linebacker option. So both Rodriguez and Trotter ahead of CJ Allen. Wow.
He was down. He was.
Yeah, I had a third round. Yeah, I had a third round grade on him.
Well, he was my 7th best linebacker.
Yeah. It's amazing how much it varies on draft night compared to, the work that we all put in. And, obviously everybody's board is different and everybody's mock drafts are different, but it's remarkable when it comes to draft night that you see these guys go in a completely different order to where, whether it's PFF or ESPN or whoever it is that you use, other draft analysis tools are available. It's amazing to see, just how much variation there is. Do you think that's, Nick, do you put that down to like scheme fits or just like, is it more intangible stuff that the teams get access to that, we don't get access to? Is there anything that can explain why someone like Josiah Trotter goes ahead of CJ Allen?
I think there's, yes, scheme fits come into it. I think medical stuff that we don't have comes into it. I think just a feel for a player that you scout, because you got to remember these are coming from scouts that have gone and watched these players, week in, week out. So, they don't sit there and just watch tape on the internet like
Sure.
some of us. But yeah, the fall of these four continues.
So now we're coming up to midway through
the Steelers trade
round. Go on, Nick. Go on, Cole.
So the Steelers have traded up to 47, which is why obviously that's been on the board now. Stop doing this to me. What have they said? Steelers trade up to 47. They've also received the 249th pick. The Colts are getting 53, 135, and 237.
It's strange now.
Bernard.
It's strange now that I'm getting the picks through first. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't mind it if it's someone that's not on my board, but when it's somebody that is, I really don't like the fact that it's popping up on my screen before it comes through.
I'm getting I've got the subtitles on, just while I've got it muted, and I'm getting the subtitle is giving me the answer before the guy announces.
Really?
It.
Wow.
Yeah. Only by like a second.
Yeah, that's very.
There we go, Jeremy Bernard for Alabama.
So three wide receivers off the board so far in Stribling, Boston, and Bernard. So yeah, now I was going to say, now that we're kind of halfway through the second round, really, we've had a number of guys go that we talked about as being options. As you look at it now, who's kind of top of your list in terms of players that you would love to continue to be available for the Patriots?
I think someone like Stacey. I think someone like CJ Allen is still sitting there, then you have to take it. But edge, I still think, Daniel Jones Sutton, we should still be able to get the back end of the second.
Mm.
Okay. The Falcons are on the clock for the first time in the draft.
Such a balmy sort of sequence of events that's happened with them trading their pick trading their pick this year into last year's draft to take was it the Rams pick that they used for James Pierce, who's been having the off-field issues, shall we say?
Yes.
The Rams then, get the pick in this year's draft and end up using it on Ty Simpson.
Okay, so who are Atlanta going to take then?
I don't know. Let me have a quick look at the state of the Falcons' affairs.
Who did they take in round one? Oh, Jeremiah Love, wasn't it?
No, so they didn't have a pick in round one, the Falcons.
No,
'cause they traded him, didn't they?
sorry. I'm thinking Cardinals. So wide receiver, defensive interior, linebacker, and cornerback are their big needs. So cornerback, you've got McCoy, Terrell, Cisse, Pons. Linebacker, you've got CJ Allen. You've got who else have you got at linebacker? Jake Golday, Kyle Lewis, although they're dropping. That's quite a drop to Kyle Lewis. Wide receiver, defensive interior. Lee Hunter at Texas Tech could be a shout for defensive interior. Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, possibly. And if they want to go wide receiver, Chris Brazel's there, Skylar Bell's there, Chris Bell's there as well, but again, he's injured.
I think the Falcons are such an interesting team because you look at their team on paper and there's a lot to like. Their offensive weapons are Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Jahan Dotson, Zacchaeus, Kyle Pitts Sr., Austin Hooper, Brian Robinson Jr. You know, there's a lot there. Offensive line, Jake Matthews, Matthew Bergeron, Chris Lindstrom, Jawan Taylor. There's 4 pretty good offensive linemen there. It's just going to hinge on Penix and potentially Tua if he gets into the starting lineup. But, you know, it could be a really interesting one. Obviously, just bringing in Kevin Stefanski as well as the head coach. I think that's a very much a high variance team with the Falcons where they could be anything from, you know, it wouldn't shock me if they were a 6-win team, but it also wouldn't shock me entirely if they were a 10 or 11-win team either.
It may be a bit of a wait for quarterbacks, so Daniel Jeremiah has said. Or what Ian Rappaport. From the NFL draft, it may be a bit of a wait for the QBs tonight.
I would think so, yeah.
Only Carson Beck's worth taking either now or in the 3rd round.
So I know I was going to ask you about something, Nick. I had a bit of a question for you, right? So,
go on.
Yeah, I obviously I've just recently kind of come into the podcast and got to know you guys, and you've certainly given off the impression, Nick, that you are. I would be quite happy describing you as a draft guru, right?
A draft guru? Is that? That's my official title on the pod, is it? Draft
Indeed.
guru?
Well, technically, you've stolen the term I use you for. I always use you as our resident NFL, as our resident college guru. And knows the stuff, and we just like hang on to your coattails. Go, yes, sir. No, that's not a great
It's a
pick.
team
No, he's Diego Pavlik. I know he's shit.
So whether you want to wait till after the Falcons pick, but I was going to ask you, is there any particular story in terms of how you got into that? See who the Falcons take, and then we'll go. This is
Avion Terrell.
So they team up the 2 brothers, Avion Terrell and AJ Terrell, in the secondary in Atlanta. Wow.
How did I get into college football? To be honest,
he's hugging his brother. He's hugging AJ.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
got the I and the E the wrong way around.
I got into college football just because, for me, with the way that my work schedule is, I don't always get to watch as much NFL as I used to, but I can watch more college football. And prior to DAZN having the college rights, Sky had it for 2 years or 18 months. So I got into the rhythm of watching more and more college football than I did NFL. And I think, I don't mean any disrespect to the Patriots, but at this point, the Patriots were bobbins. And
sure.
watching then wasn't as great as it had been. And so I just found myself falling into college football. And I've just sort of kept filling the gap of knowledge. And, I've been to some college games. Oh, Carolina have traded. I've been to some college games and just started enjoying the feel of college football. So,
it's been a trade. The Panthers are on the clock.
There's an echo in the room.
There is. So you were a Patriots fan or an NFL and Patriots fan first, Nick, right? And then
yes, I was. Yes.
So what's your origin story for that? We were discussing this around the table at Nando's last night. So what's your origin story of becoming a New England Patriots fan?
I went to visit my uncle, who lived in New Jersey, and
I'm not supporting the bloody Jets, mate.
no. Well, so I went to see my uncle for a week, and he lived in New Jersey, and back then it was like the late 90s, and I was really into the NHL.
Right. Wow.
So while I was there, I wanted to go to Madison Square Garden, and I wanted to watch Wayne Gretzky at the Garden because he was playing for the Rangers. And so the Rangers were only at home once while I was there that week. So it had to be that game. And, I made the point that I wanted to go and watch the Rangers. And he said, no. We're going to watch football. Now, again, this is the 90s. I'm into the NHL. I'm not into American football. So when he said football, I thought he meant proper football.
Of course.
European football. So I was like, all right, okay. I didn't really know who I was going to be going and watching. And hang on. Lee Hunter,
defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
So he said, "Oh, we're going to watch football." I was like, "Okay," And then he dragged me to a Jets were the home team. Went to MetLife, and I ended up watching Jets versus the Patriots. And I didn't want to go. I didn't want to be there. And so...
like many of the Jets players.
Well, so I'm there, and the guy who lived next door to my uncle was a Jets fan, and he got the tickets. So I went, and I was like, well, I'm not going to support this team in green because I don't want to be here. And then I'm going to support this team that have got England in their name. I'm going to support the opposition. I was doing it out of spite.
Yeah.
And this would have been October 98. So it would have been the October before Brady was drafted the following April. So it's pre-Brady. Yeah. And so I started supporting the Patriots. And that was sort of like when I first became aware of American football. So then I started watching it on a Sunday night on Channel 4 because they would have the late game on Channel 4. And I just sort of got in like that, and slowly but surely my NFL love boiled up and over, and my NHL love I still enjoy watching the NHL. I just enjoy the NFL and college football more. So, and then I got into Notre Dame. I became a Notre Dame fan just because of the Fighting Irish connection and the Irish connection in my heritage, and so that's how I picked Notre Dame, just because they were the Fighting Irish and I had Irish heritage. So, yeah. that's the story.
Nice. And obviously you mentioned about kind of getting into college football over like the last few years more recently. How did you kind of immediately start doing like the draft boards and stuff, or did that come after like a couple of years of watching?
I'd started paying attention to the draft probably before I got into college football.
Yeah.
It might even be that the draft is probably what sent me towards college football, but it was all about trying to learn more about the players coming in, and and I enjoyed the actual experience of the draft rather than, and it was not so much about who the person was, but it was all about the aspect of the draft. And because again, over here we don't have anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's cool.
that's how it all came about.
Nice. So I've got a question because someone asked me this, or maybe I asked my sister, and I've got my answer for this that sticks really clearly in my mind. I'll see if it does the same thing for you guys. But do you remember the first player that you saw get drafted live, like whilst watching a draft live? Can you remember who that was? So for me, it's the first overall pick. The first draft that I watched live was the Myles Garrett draft. So he's the first player that I saw drafted live. And it's really funny because I can remember it so clearly. I can see him sitting on the sofa when the pick was announced and all that kind of stuff. It just sticks really vividly in my mind. I wonder if you guys have any similar sort of experiences.
So the first draft I actually watched was back in 2010. It was the first year I started to support the page. I bought the page. I need to watch the draft and see what comes through on that. Can't remember who our first round pick was. I don't think he turned to be pretty much, but the second round pick was Gronk.
Oh wow! Right. Okay,
and I was watching it with my dad on the Friday night. I couldn't watch the other one because I worked the following day. But Friday I was like, let's watch it together then. And he was screaming, "I want Gronkowski. He will be so good for Brady." And I'm like, okay, fair enough then. And as soon as he went Gronk, beer just went all over the freaking table. It was like, he was celebrating like crazy. And he's that was what I can recall from my first draft anyway.
Can you remember who went first overall that year, Carl?
Without looking it up.
From watching or not?
Without looking it up, I don't know.
Yourself, Nick?
I'm trying to remember now. When did I? It would have been before. I'm just looking now. No, it was before then. Jets have taken D'Angelo Pons.
Right.
The Jets have just selected D'Angelo Pons. What the fuck's going on?
There's a serious echo in this room.
It's hilarious.
Right. I remember watching the Cam Newton one. That was 2011. 2010, Sam Bradford. No. So I think 2011 might have been my the first draft I remember watching, and that was Cam Newton.
Nice. So I was just looking there because obviously, Carl, you mentioned about being able to about like who the Patriots took in the first draft that you watched, and I was like, I cannot remember for the life of me, who the Patriots would have taken in the first draft that I watched in 2017. But it's the year that we traded away our first and second round pick. Can you remember who those were for? You'll be able to remember who the first round pick got traded for, I imagine. But if you can remember the second one, then that'll be fairly impressive. 2017 Patriots traded their first round pick.
Oh, for Brandon, no.
Brandon
Cooks, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brandon Cooks, yeah. And then we traded our second round pick. We traded it down from the second into the third for Coney Ely, Panthers defensive end, who had two and a half sacks in the Super Bowl previously.
Yeah, that worked incredibly. That worked incredibly well, didn't it?
I think he was cut that off season. I think we traded for him in April, and he did not make the roster in the September.
Ooh.
We also this was I've got here on Pro Football Reference the details of the trade. So it says here traded first round pick 32nd overall Ryan Ramczyk and 2017 third round pick 103rd overall Trey Hendrickson to the Saints for Brandon Cooks and a 2017 fourth round pick, which was subsequently traded for, says Matt Collins. Or it must have been, maybe that was who was taken with that pick originally. But so we ended up trading essentially Ryan Ramczyk, who was a great tackle for the Saints for short career, but 8 years maybe, and Trey Hendrickson for a year of Brandon Cooks before we flipped him to the Rams for their pick.
Jake Golday.
Ooh.
Vikings have just taken Jake Golday.
Linebacker.
Yeah. So beefing up the defense with Caleb Banks and Jake Golday.
Another linebacker that goes ahead of CJ Allen. What is wrong with CJ? Excuse me. Jake Golday's ranked 59.
Yeah.
CJ Allen's ranked 18.
Yeah. Can we find anything? Let's have a look and see.
Kieran says, surprise McNeil Warren is still available. Same with McCoy, which makes you wonder about his injury.
Yeah.
Well, I did say that I heard that he was going to require more surgery. So.
Okay. Well, Packers are on the clock and picks in.
So I think this is wide receiver. They've moved on from Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Dobbs. So their wide receiver room is currently looking like Christian. Also, Jaden Reed's just they re-signed Jaden Reed, didn't they? So it is Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden. So that might be all right, actually.
Right, I'm going to top up my coffee. Give me a minute.
Nice.
According to this, the Packers need guard, defensive interior, linebacker, and corner.
I think they took, was it last year they took Jordan Morgan in the first round or the year prior? Could certainly see it. Signed Javon Hargrave as well on the defensive line.
Brandon, if you rule out Jamod McCoy, Brandon Cisse is the top corner at 41. Defensive interior. Dominique Orange is at 70.
Yeah. There was, just as I'm looking at the kind of list of best players available here, so someone that's quite high up on this list, Nick, is Eli Stowers, tight end out of Vanderbilt. There was talk about him sneaking into the first round. We're obviously more than halfway through the second round, and he's still available. Are you surprised by that? Do you see him going anytime soon, or are you a fan of him?
Who was that? Sorry, I completely missed that.
That's right, Eli Stowers, tight end out of Vanderbilt.
He's the top tight end for me on my board left because obviously Sadiq went. Yeah. I mean, I like him because he's an ex-QB, so he reads. I think
Yeah.
he reads the game. He reads the game really well. But he is inexperienced, so I think he needs to be there where he needs to be somewhere where he's the number 2.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ready to lead the tight end room yet.
He's quite similar in terms of Sadiq of being this ultra modern sort of big slot receiver tight end. You know, I don't know whether that's like a general evolution in the position, but it seems so difficult now to find those classic or more sort of traditional tight ends, you know, that are able to block and do a little bit of everything. And, you know, we're seeing more and more tight ends coming out of college now that are almost, you know, unrecognizable in terms of, you know, what the tight end position used to be. You know, he's just that big sort of slot receiver type, really.
The Packers are making their selection now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Obviously, we've talked a lot about edge and linebacker as, you know, the positions that the Patriots would go to. If it wasn't going to be one of those two, Nick, where would you turn next? It's Brandon Cisse.
Defensive interior.
Cisse just went to the Packers.
You're ahead of me.
Yeah. That's the only one that I'll spoil the fun on. Sorry. I won't do that again. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Oh, Brandon Cisse, another corner off the board that's not Jamod McCoy.
Yeah, that's what? How many now? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 corners in the second round, as well as 2 in the first, wasn't it? In Delane and Johnson. Did anyone else sneak in? No, Delane and Johnson. So we've already had 6 corners go off the board before McCoy. But yeah, you mentioned in defensive interior, and I think that's a little bit of like a sneaky need for the Patriots, really. With, you know, Tonga leaving, but also question marks around Christian Barmore. Do you see him as somebody that the Patriots will keep around much longer? I think he's going into the last year of his, or maybe his last year.
I feel Christian Barmore is somebody we could probably move on.
Do you think that this season or?
Well, no, I think if someone had offered us a decent pick in this year's draft, for Barmore, I'd have been very inclined to look at it. Pat McAfee's making the pick. He doesn't do diplomacy, does he, Pat McAfee?
Diplomacy? The Colts haven't won the AFC South in 12 years.
CJ Allen.
Gone to the Colts.
Finally, Allen comes off the board.
So this is starting to get a little bit thin here, then, isn't it? Really? in terms of players that the Patriots could look at the end of the second round?
Well,
particularly in terms of edge and linebacker, really. There, Nick, I'm talking about as the two top positions.
yeah, I mean,
Jake Goldine.
I think you've got, like I said, I think your edges, you've got Gabe Yakus, Joshua Josephs, Dennis Sutton, Romelio Height. And then the linebackers are Kyle Lewis, Anthony Hill Jr., and Keyshawn Elliott. I think they're the sort of players you're looking at now.
Yeah.
But
no, I just had a look at Barmore, and so just for reference, if we talk pre-June 1st, I hate talking about June 1st. We've done so much of it recently, haven't we? But pre-June 1st, in a trade, Barmore would have 10.8 million in dead money and 6.3 million in savings, according to Over the Cap. Post June 1st, that changes to 3.6 million in dead money and a cap saving of 13.5 million if he was traded post June 1st. So yeah, this is the last year where he's got, significant money kind of guaranteed.
Birmingham have traded up.
Have we?
By a lot as well.
Hello.
We're straight after the Eagles.
Hello.
Ooh.
All right then, boys. What do we think it is?
So let me move it.
Exciting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've moved up 9 spots.
Wow.
That's huge.
Right. Okay. Well, this is exciting, guys. Yeah. Where do you think we're going here?
You've got to look at edge. Edge or linebacker, surely.
Is it going to be Gabe Yakus? I'd like it to be Joshua Josephs. To be fair here, I would like Joshua Josephs. He would be my number one choice. Probably Dennis Sutton too. I'm not a Gabe Yakus.
Eagles have selected Eli Stowers.
Wow. He's a very sort of untypical tight end for the Eagles. We were talking about Kenyon Sadiq as not really being a fit in Philadelphia because he's undersized and, not that typical big body blocking tight end. And then they go Stowers in the second round. So, yeah, I would be hoping for Joshua Josephs here. Would be my number one pick.
Right, so just
right. Okay, so to trade with the Bills, we gave away our pick at 125. To trade with the Chargers, we've just had to give away our 131. We now have no third round pick. No fourth round pick.
Awesome.
That's brave, isn't it?
Very brave. They better have a plan. They better have a plan.
Better be someone that I like. Go on, give us a name, you two, as to where you want the Patriots to go here.
Either Dennis Sutton or Carmelo or Height. Romello Height.
I'd consider Joshua Josephs as well.
But we're all in the edge camp here, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's a need.
I would be shocked if this is anything other than edge.
Joseph, Sutton, or Height for me. One of those three, and I'll take any of them.
Could it be wide receiver?
No.
Zachariah Branch, Chris Brazzell.
I would wait until the 5th round and hope to God that fucking Jacoby Lane is still there.
Edward McNeil-Warren's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Yeah, but we don't need to say. Well, I mean,
value. I'm with you guys. I want an edge here, but I'm just thinking of possibilities. Is it possible that it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in the Kyle Duggar small school second round safety spot?
But the thing is, if Kyle Duggar wasn't a fit for the system, what makes Emmanuel Warren a fit?
Sure, agreed. Yeah. Patriots move up to 55.
The fact that you now have nothing in round 4 means you need to address this edge and this linebacker, because remember, we needed a linebacker and then we shifted Mapu on as well. So technically,
Yeah.
we could probably do with 2.
Yeah, exactly. I totally
So
agree.
I think these 2 picks tonight at what is now 55 and
95.
95.
Yeah.
I was going to say 96. Those 2 have to surely be edge and linebacker. Now, I suppose it could be the other way around, but
Sure.
the edge after the sort of these few edges, the quality of edge does drop off a bit. So I'd much prefer to get an edge in 2 and get a linebacker in 3.
Yeah,
I think if you're doing anything else than those 2 picks in tonight, you setting yourself badly, really.
yeah, and
we've still got the
Go on,
opportunity to take, and we still need tight end as well. We still need a tight end. So, I think someone like Claire hasn't gone yet. Marlon Klein hasn't gone yet.
could be Claire. But for me, there's 3 edges that I think for me that I'm a fan of that are of the quality that could come in and be part of a pass rushing rotation, and that's Josephs, Dennis Sutton, and Romello Height. With us having the 2 starting linebackers in Spillane and Ellis, you can add that linebacker depth later on. We were looking in the 4th round, but whether we stay at 95 or move back from there, you could certainly add that a little bit later. And for me, isn't as big of a need. For me, tight end you can address later on because of the Julian Hill, bringing Julian Hill in from the Dolphins. He's on $6 million a year, so that's almost tight end 2 money there, really. So I think that we're all in the edge camp. I'm going to put my name beside Joshua Josephs here.
To the Chargers as well. This ain't the first time we fucking traded with the Chargers and got fucking burnt.
So this is a double trade up for the New England Patriots. Traded up in the 1st round for Caleb Lomu. Now trading up in the 2nd round.
Well, you can tell Bill's not in charge, can't you? He'd never trade up.
He'd trade back.
We've also given up a 6th rounder as well. We've given up 202. So we're giving up 131 and 202 to come up.
Did he ever trade up?
Oh, good question.
There's a question. Did Bill ever trade up?
He must have traded up in day 3 for sure. Must have. Whether he's traded up in, did we trade up for Gronk in 2010?
We might have done, actually.
I think we might have traded up for Gronk.
What pick was Gronk? Was he 50?
42? I want to say 42. I could be totally off there, though.
Where did we finish in 2009? We finished 2009. We finished outside of the playoffs, didn't we?
Gronkowski.
Oh, no, it was in the wild card. I think it was in the wild card in 2009.
Rob Gronkowski was 42nd overall pick. Pat on the back to me there. Oh, boy. I'll let you guys announce it. Go on, who's doing the honors?
Gabe Yakis.
Illinois.
Wrestling background.
Right. Where's my notes on this guy?
Gabe Jackas, okay.
Not the worst pick in the world, but
at the end of the day, it's an edge.
It's an edge that we need.
It's an edge. It's the need. Anyone got an instant reaction to that just whilst I'm looking through my notes?
I'd have taken a different one. Even though he was higher up in rankings, I would have preferred Joseph, Sutton, or Height.
Yeah, so 6'4", 260 pounds, 21 years old, out of Illinois, 4-year starter. In 2025, 11 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, 8 sacks, 3 forced fumbles in 2024. Big and strong, 6'4", 260. So he's got the size. It's just that for me, Hello.
Eagles have acquired linebacker Jonathan Grenard in trade with Vikings.
Right. Okay. Fair books. Fair books. Yeah. For me, I just didn't think that he flashed off the screen. I didn't think that there was a whole lot of juice there, and he looked slow. So I think that for me, when we're talking about adding that speed and juice off the edge, that get off, I would much rather personally have gone in the direction of Joshua Josephs, Ramel Height, as we mentioned, even Dennis Sutton. So Gabe Yakus would not have been the guy that I would have chosen there. However, it's the edge need filled, and we've given up a whoa. Do you know who's just gone off the board at tight end to 56 of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Oh,
No, 'cause
wait.
we haven't
Have
done-
a guess who the tight end
Oh.
would be. Have a guess.
Claire?
No, not Claire.
Oh, please don't tell what I think it is.
It's not Klein. It's Nate Borkirker.
Percher.
Wow.
Whoa.
That seemed, I mean, he was a day 3 guy for me. He was a 5th, 6th.
I
round
was
guy
not
for
in.
me.
Okay.
That is.
Well, they haven't got
Jeez.
they haven't got Trent Baalke as their GM anymore, have they?
No.
So can't really blame them for that. So something's.
Yeah, I think Yakus there. It's he's going to be solid against the run. So I suppose he's somebody that you can trust to come in early and hopefully contribute. But he just quite similar to Draymond Jones in a lot of ways, I suppose. And I was expecting us to maybe try and add someone more similar to Harold Landry on the opposite side to provide something there. So I am surprised that we've gone in that direction. And so what picks does that leave us now? That leaves us with
96 in round 3.
Leaves us with the 31st pick in the 3rd round, the 31st pick in the 5th round, 10, 17, and 31 in the 6th, and 31 in the 7th. So to acquire Caleb Lomu and Gabe Yakus, we've given up 2 4th rounders and a 6th rounder. So on those 2 players, the draft capital that you spent is a 1st rounder, a 2nd rounder, 2 4ths, and a 6th to acquire those 2 players.
And Caleb Lomu probably still would have been there if he was still to stick at 31.
That just seems like an awful lot of draft capital. Well, a 1st, a 2nd, 2 4ths, and a 6 for Caleb Lomu and Gabe Yakus. Seems like a hell of a lot of draft capital.
Yeah, well, we're not the only ones who had a bit of an issue with the of our picks, did we? Because I've just found out someone actually recorded the Ravens boys' reaction at the Hippodrome Casino last night. Take a look for yourself.
I don't know this is as much for the commission.
Ricky's 14th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Olai Mavengo.
Believe for sure. Believe for sure. Protection for Lamar and this guy is going to have to rush everybody behind him. Everybody's going. He's not Raiders.
Yeah, I went over and immediately poked fun at Tom. He was recording the pick and very promptly stopped when it was announced. So I went over and poked fun at him for that.
And well done.
Do you have the recording of your guys' reaction to the Caleb Lomu pick as well?
I don't know.
I put it in the WhatsApp group.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so you could try and stick that in at some point.
Okay, fair enough.
But...
Yeah, Kieran doesn't look delighted. I'll be honest.
Yeah, he wasn't a fan. Wow. So Eli Stowers goes at 54 and then Nate Borkirker at 56.
That's a hell of a reach.
Yeah.
What are the Jags doing?
I mean, I'll just give you an idea of where he was on PFF's big board, just for reference. I know that they're not infallible, but just to give you an idea. Nate Borkirker was ranked 158.
158.
As the 10th tight end, and he ends up being tight end 3. Goes ahead of Max Clare, Sam Roush, Michael Trigg, Justin Jolly, Jack Endries, Marlon Klein, Dalen Bentley, all ranked higher than him. And that's not to mention Joe Royer, Eli Raridan, Quavers, who are all in a similar sort of range. So we've got a bit of a wait now. A bit of a wait now for the Patriots.
Well, unless they trade up again.
Well, who knows? Just package the rest of the picks. It wouldn't shock me if we moved down from 95 now. Surely you would have to. That would have to be in consideration to acquire another pick or something.
Yeah, but you need somebody. You need somebody to trade with.
That's true. Takes two to tango.
Here come the Bears.
Da Bears. You would think they'll stay on the defensive side.
Yeah. I think Kieran put a message in the
Browns have moved.
chat.
The Browns have moved up with the 49ers. The 49ers have now gone into the third round. The Browns have traded up back into the second.
Logan Jones.
Center.
Yeah.
Makes sense, doesn't it, after Drew Dolman retired? But they traded for Bradbury, so got a couple of options there now.
He had I gave him a 4th round. Lee Hunter's gone, isn't he? Yeah. Eli Stowers is gone.
Yeah. So, best players still available: Jamod McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Emmanuel Pregnon's still there, Anthony Hill, linebacker.
Kieran has just done his reference. Let's have a look. Surprised McNeil Warren is still available. Same with McCoy. Again, that feels like we've been forced to act with a run on edges. Jackus is a solid pick, but doesn't quite fit the mold of someone with explosiveness and juice.
Yeah, precisely. Like I say, there were a couple of options there. Emmanuel McNeil Warren goes to the Browns at pick 58.
Oh,
So,
that's a long way from a first round.
yeah, his slide ends there. Yeah, and Kieran's hit the. I look at my assessments of guys like Romello Height I've got words written down like fast, flash. Joshua Josephs, fast, powerful, bends the edge. Whereas Gabe Yakas just doesn't do that for me. So I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed in that, Probably feels quite similar to Anthony Jennings, actually, in terms of a player. So it's certainly closer to replacing Anthony Jennings than what it is Calavan Chasen for me.
So the Browns have actually got better on secondary now.
Titans have traded. Titans have traded with the Bears.
Are you expecting to see a quarterback go all in the second round, Nick, or do you think it'll be round 3?
Round 3, I think. We've only got a few picks left, and I'd be very surprised if someone reaches.
Yeah, looking at the guys left, yeah.
Okay, Texans are on the clock.
I'm going to nip and make a quick coffee, so give me a couple of minutes and I'll be back, guys.
No worries at all. No worries at all. And also the pick is in. So who are the Texans going to take them?
I'm not. They're not going to go defense again, surely. Marlon Klein, tight end, Michigan.
Oh man. Oh, there's some groans in the crowd. I heard there are some groans in the crowd there.
A guard, a defensive tackle, and a tight end.
Okay. Yeah, good luck, Marlon. Good luck, kid. Although you got a really bad quarterback that's throwing you the ball, but that's besides the point. Five picks until the start of round 3. Oh, dear. Oh, and the pick is in.
Kieran says, I can't believe Boacher and Klein have come off the board in round 2. I wasn't expecting them till round 5.
I was expecting Max Clare to go. Well, this could be Tennessee's pick right now. The Texans take Klein, And Tennessee have obviously been panicked and it's like, shit, maybe there's a run of tight ends coming off the board. Maybe let's go after Max Clare or something like that.
Yeah, Max Clare's a possibility. He's certainly the highest one I've got, highest ranked one I've got. But I've only got three players on the offensive side of the ball with a ranking that's not third round. Emmett Johnson, the running back, Max Clare, the tight end, and Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard. Everyone else who's got a second round grade is a defensive player.
I was going to say, Pregnon hasn't gone yet, which is quite surprising.
Yeah.
No.
So Marlon Klein, the Michigan tight end, Cal.
He's gone to Houston. Good luck to him. Good luck to him.
He's going to sit under Dalton Schultz.
He'll probably start.
You think?
Yeah, probably play a 2 tight end set. Schultz can block. Schultz can block.
True. Yeah.
The problem is though, CJ Stroud throwing him the fucking football.
That is a bit of an issue.
The dunker is still on the board. I thought he would have gone.
Right, according to Ian Rappaport just then, the reason Jamod McCoy is falling is because it's not the fact that he's been injured. Tennessee Titans select Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker, Texas. It's not that he was injured. It's they're concerned about his durability because, again, he may need another surgery. The bone plug that they put in may need replacing. So ultimately, it's about his long-term durability, which is why he's falling.
It's understandable, but he was arguably the best cornerback in college football in 2024, right? So it's...
Right, so here's the concern for me now. This run on linebackers that's happening is worrying because we now don't have a pick till the 90s.
Yep.
And Kyle Lewis from out of Pittsburgh is the only player inside 100 that is a linebacker. You've got Kayshawn Elliott at 103, Deontay Lawson at 110, Bryce Butcher at 135. And then you're into the 140s, the 160s, and the 170s.
Yeah, I think for me, Lewis, Lawson, and Bircher are the only ones that I would be happy bringing in as like a part of a real linebacker rotation, you know, and then following that, it's really like a fourth linebacker that I would be looking to add in, like Caleb E. Lamzor or Aiden Fisher, Torian York, the guys down in that sort of range. I mean, I'm a fan of Deontay Lawson, who's, like you say, is at 110. So that's still got to be the next kind of position we look at. Oh, really?
Rams have taken Max Clare.
I think that's a really solid pick. I like Max Clare. I think good value there at 61. Rams played with a number of tight ends last year. They were playing a lot of 3 tight ends in the Jags game in London when they absolutely smashed the Jags. What was it, 35-14, something like that? Tyler Higbee's obviously getting on, so yeah, I like that pickup for them.
Six Ohio State players already this year.
Jesus.
Tate at 4, Reese at 5, Styles at 7, Downs at 11, McDonald at whatever it was, and Claire just gone.
Okay, Broncos on the clock now.
There are only 3 players available inside the top 50. Bills just traded with the Broncos, have they?
Looks like Buffalo's come up, yeah. Just on the topic of linebacker, I've just had a quick look at the free agent linebackers who are still available. So if you weren't able to add one in the draft, and so the names that are jumping out at me, Bobby Okereke right at the top, who got released by the Giants, and then you're looking at people like Logan Wilson, former standout for the Bengals, who got traded to Dallas, Kenneth Murray, Matt Milano, Devin Bush, Jerome Baker, Shaq Thompson could come in and do a job. Devin White is out there as a free agent who's available. So I suppose there are a couple of options that you could turn to if you weren't able to add that linebacker in the draft, but I think it's still something that we would like to see ideally. But all of a sudden, you know, a number of guys that we liked in that 4th round range, like Bryce Betcher, Tim Keenan, you know, all seem, you know, a lot less attainable given the draft capital.
Put your teeth in and start again.
It's 2:05 in the morning, Nick. Give me a break. Those guys, Tim Keenan, Bryce Betcher in the 4th round, all I'm under duress. They all seem a lot more unattainable, or a lot less attainable, given the draft capital that we've given up to acquire Caleb Lomu and Gabe Yakus in the first 2 rounds. So, you know, we went into this draft with 11 picks, didn't we? You know?
Yeah.
And it's very quickly shortened in terms of the number of players that you're able to add to the roster.
Like I said, I think linebacker has to be the next attack point. And like you said, if you've only if you haven't got loads of picks, loads of capital left, you may have to double dip at linebacker. And then, you'll have to double dip at linebacker and then see if you can pick up some sleepers. But,
yeah. I mean, we have 1 pick between now and 171. That's the reality of it. We have 1 pick between now and then after that it is 171. So
that's why I think it's important. It has to be a linebacker.
Yeah, you've just given. This is the thing, right? And you know, I get it. Moving up to acquire a player, I don't love the fact that we moved up there for Yakus. I think it's a lot more forgivable to move up for Lomu, given that he was the last tackle available at the back end of the first round. But there were a number of edge guys there, and I get that, you know, maybe Yakus is the one that you like, but you know, when Joshua Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton are still on the board right now, you know, I don't know whether it's worth giving up so much of the meat in the middle of the draft, you know, where we talk all the time about adding these cost controlled players to fill out the roster. And you've given up a lot of your opportunity to add those just to acquire Gabe Yakus. I mean, we gave up more to move up in the second round, and I know we moved up further, but you give them more to move up for Yakus than what you gave up to move up for Lomo.
Buffalo Bills select David Ingebrigtsen, cornerback.
And, the thing is, we're talking about moving a 2027 pick for AJ Brown, whether that's the first or the second, but you're already looking, at reducing the draft capital that you have available next year. For me, when we were doing mock drafts and that kind of thing, you guys are aware, I've thought the AJ Brown deal was going to happen for a long time. So one of the things that I was, playing around with in mock drafts prior to this was actually acquiring extra draft capital by moving down in this year's draft in order to stock up next year, so that when you move that pick for AJ, you're not left with an empty cupboard next year. So if you want to acquire any more draft capital this year, you'd be talking about trading a 4th or a 5th or a 6th from next year in order to move up in this year's draft again, or acquire something in the 4th round. So over 2026 and 2027, we're really limiting what we're able to do in the draft unless you start moving players on the current roster. We mentioned Barmore earlier on when you would potentially be a candidate for that, given his contract. Kayshon Boutte's been up for trade talks, but the thing is, if you do that, then you're just creating more needs on the roster that you need to fill anyway. So it's a difficult spot to find yourself in, whereas you look at Buffalo, they moved down 9 spots, acquired loads of draft capital later on, and now they're able to, kind of move around the board as they want, give up a 6th round here, and it's, nothing in order to be able to move up. So it's, it's a rough one.
Liquid LA are on the clock.
Yes, because they're not the real LA team, are they?
Well, neither are the Rams. The Rams belong to St. Louis.
No, technically, the Ram that SoFi Stadium is the Rams. It is Stan Kroenke's stadium. The Chargers just paying the Ram just to use their metal gear. Hence why I call them Liquid LA.
Just with Seattle coming up after the Chargers, we discussed in our mock draft about them taking a corner at the end of the first round. Obviously, they went in the direction of Jadarian Price, which I can understand with them losing Walker to Kansas City and with Zach Charbonnet's injury. Do you think that this is a spot at all where we could see Jamod McCoy go? They lost Tariq Woolen to the Eagles, but they have Josh Jobe there as well as another corner. So it might be somewhere where they could look at taking Jamod McCoy to fill the need, but not need him to step in straight away. Do you think that that's on the board at all, or do you expect them to go somewhere different?
Well, you've got Keontae, cornerback. You've got Keith Abney. You've got Keontae Scott.
Yeah.
And you've got Jamod McCoy. At some point, someone's going to have to take him, but...
Yeah, we obviously also talked about the 3 wide receivers who went near the, in the first half of this round, starting out with Striblin and then Boston and Jeremy Bernard. We've not seen anybody else go. Jake Slaughter for the Chargers, yeah. We've obviously not seen another wide receiver go since. So, there's do you expect to see anyone like Zachariah Branch, Chris Brazzell, Antonio Williams go anytime soon? I quite like Williams out of Clemson. I think he's a good player. He would be, if we were looking at adding a wide receiver, and I certainly don't expect that now, but him or Elijah Surratt were the 2 guys in this sort of 2nd to 3rd round range that I quite liked. And Chris Bell's still there.
I think Chris Bell suffering the same. He's injured.
Yeah.
He's not gonna. He's gonna struggle to get selected.
So Jake Slaughter's a center, but they've confirmed him as a guard.
I think he can play both. But yeah, I mean, you look at the board behind me. I know my head's in the way, but with the exception of Pragon, who's that one green square there,
Yeah.
it's all red. You've got Lou up there. You've got Drew Aller right down there. Jamod McCoy's over my other shoulder there. So it's all injured. The higher ones that are still there are all the injured ones.
Yeah. Okay. This is the final pick of round 2. And that entire round took 2 hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
So we should be out of here by 4:30.
no time. Number of pretty good safeties still on the board as well. Seattle obviously lost Kobe Bryant. Cody Bryant, not Kobe Bryant. We lost him a few years ago. Genesis Smith, Bud Clark, AJ Halsey, Kamari Ramsey. All guys still available. Let's see where they go to round out the second round.
Yeah. The Celtics are deep in the fourth quarter right now. 85-84 against fucking 76ers.
1-1 in the series, isn't it?
It's 1-1 in the series. We should be slapping them up. They're shit. They're terrible. They're not a good team.
Yeah. I think the Celtics are going to be all right. I think they'll be there or thereabouts for the title this year, which was...
We'll get to the conference. We'll get to the conference final. It just depends if we can get past Detroit.
Yeah. Do either of you guys watch much basketball?
No.
Only during playoff time.
Yeah, same as me.
Yeah.
Same
I
as me.
watch a lot of Bruins hockey during the
Oh, do you?
season because I could actually find that exciting. And also, I go to watch the Basingstoke Bisons as well. They're literally half an hour up the road from me. So,
You know,
I haven't taken my boy yet. I will probably take him at the back end of this year. He'll be 5 years old, so we'll have a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah,
A friend of
that's-
mine used to play for Basingstoke.
What position?
Defense, David Collins. Don't play anymore. Too old now, but used to play for Basingstoke.
And the 32nd pick in the second round, 64 overall, is a safety, and it's Bud Clark out of TCU to the Seattle Seahawks.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Now, in all my mocks, I was selecting him in that 115 to 125 range.
Yeah. Yeah, the Boston Bruins are the only one of the big 4 teams in Boston that I've not seen. My sister's been to quite a few games and she really likes ice hockey. We went to the Leeds Knights game, I think, a while ago, and quite enjoyed it. But yeah, basketball is my next sport. And I've seen the Red
Who
Sox
did the
play.
Chargers take? Sorry.
Jake Slaughter.
Jake Slaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my plan, because obviously I've never watched any of the Boston teams before, so my plan of attack is if we ever did Boston was to do it all in one go.
Yeah, nice.
Pats, Celtics, Bruins.
Yeah, nice.
So you have to go at the exact right time of the year.
Indeed.
That'd be like October time, won't it?
Yeah.
October, November time. The problem is that you need a freaking second. You need a second mortgage for a Pats game now, and you need a second mortgage for the fucking Celtics game. For the Bruins, I'm not sure. We're always in playoff contention, but we never do anything.
Just before this third round kicks off, I know the pick's already in for Arizona, but I was going to ask on the subject of the Patriots. You know, one of the things that I got asked in kind of like my intro video was team that I despise, which I linked to the most traumatic loss of my Patriots fandom career being the Super Bowl against Philadelphia. Do you guys have a particular loss or a particular win, which I'm going to limit to non-Super Bowl, that sticks out to you?
Oh,
Win and or a loss.
The loss for me would be 2015 AFC Championship
In Denver.
against Denver. Yeah, we should have fucking had that, but
The
our
fourth
O-line, the O-line couldn't stop shit.
Yeah.
Our O-line couldn't stop shit in that game.
The 4th and 10 to Gronk, and then the failed 2-point conversion. Yeah, that was the first like season that I really watched the Patriots. So I got into it just prior to the first Seahawks Super Bowl. I have to say first Seahawks Super Bowl now. But I got into it just prior to that. So the following year, that was the first year that I was really following the Patriots. So that's the first playoff loss that I can recall.
that's quite a question, you know. I can't think.
Told you I was coming prepared, Nick. That's the thing. There's not many Patriots playoff losses to choose from, fortunately. The other
I think
go on.
thing is, to be honest, I know you said no Super Bowl, but the loss to Philadelphia in the final when Brady had 500 yards or whatever.
505 all-time playoff record. Malcolm Butler
That just hurt.
Yeah.
But, you know, and then you talk about best. Well, for me, it would be the Atlanta comeback. So,
No,
but
no
I
Super
get
Bowl
they are
against the
both
best
they
game.
are
What's
both
the-
Super Bowls, and
What's
so
the best win?
it's,
No Super Bowl. What's the best non-Super Bowl win? I'll give you playoffs. Ideally, I want a regular season one, but I'll give you a playoff one if you know first if you want.
Ravens 2014
What the with the double pass?
with double pass.
Deflate
Yeah.
gate.
We had to
Deflate gate.
deflate gate. Even in an alternative inflated universe, we still would have kicked the Colts' ass.
That's the Humar Wanui game as well, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the
That's
thing is,
the-
well, the thing about that Ravens playoff game is that we were down 2 scores twice,
Yeah,
and we still come back.
yeah.
So
And you've got John Harbaugh screaming on the sideline about that'll have been Shane Vereen dropping back to be an offensive lineman in the slot. Genius. I'll tell you mine whilst you're thinking, Nick. So the in terms of like playoffs, like the AFC Championship game against Jacksonville, absolutely love. Also the AFC Championship game against the Steelers where we smashed them. That was prior to the Atlanta Super Bowl. Love that one. But the regular season one that jumps out to me is it was Brady's last win as a New England Patriot, actually, which was against Buffalo about week 15, week 16, something like that. And then I think it might have been week 16, and then we lost in week 17 to the Dolphins, if I remember this rightly, with Ryan Fitzpatrick throwing a game-winning touchdown before we then lost in Tennessee. But the Buffalo game, so I had a girlfriend at the time who I'd met in Boston. Shout out to her getting a mention on the pod. And she was visiting from the States with her family, right? And so we went out to watch the Patriots game.
Cardinals select Carson Beck.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I think Kieran's bet is still alive of the 4 quarterbacks taken in order.
So who's next to go then? Drew Aller and then Nussmeier.
I think he's got Nussmeier and then Aller.
Oh, okay.
He's just put a message in the chat. What's he saying?
Sid the Sloth is off to the desert.
Is that what he said?
The Patriots losing to the Colts in 2006.
Oh
I
wow,
think that
old
would have
school,
been a
Nick.
championship game. That hurt a bit.
Yeah.
That hurt a lot, actually. That's the only one that, because the one that Carl mentioned sticks out. Yeah, but so yeah, that's the only other one I can think of.
Fair. So as I was saying, so I'm in this bar in Leeds watching Patriots Bills late on in the season. I've got my girlfriend there and her parents, and we're out watching it in a bar in Leeds, right? And I don't want to brag about the North being rough, but you know, I'm sure Nick won't mind either, right? So we're in this bar and there were these two like 6'5", 40-year-old guys who were having a couple of beers, maybe had one too many, and heard like the American accents coming from our table. And so obviously, like, you know, kind of got involved having a conversation. They weren't being nasty or horrible or anything. They were just being like irritating, you know, like we're there trying to have a nice time, like a little sort of, you know, cute family sort of thing. And they were just like constantly like just chirping and all this kind of stuff, right? And so I'm probably 19 at this point, maybe 20 years old. And I've got my girlfriend there and her dad and her mum. And I think, right, well, this is an opportunity for, I can't sit back here and I have to do some space in my life.
You didn't have a Billy Big Bollocks moment, did you?
I asked them to leave us alone, right? You know, nicely, you know, very civilly, very civilized, right? And at that point, you know, they kind of took offense to that and sort of like squared up to me, right? And I'm going to stick to the story that they squared up to me first, right? So, so I mirror that, and it gets a bit heated, and so I decide that I'm gonna push these two guys in the chest at the same time, like these 40-year-old guys. And in quite an embarrassing turn of events, one of them just pulled. I was wearing a hoodie with a jersey over the top, and one of them just pulled the hoodie over the top of my head so that I couldn't see anything.
Tyler, oh, you did.
And so the situation de-escalated pretty quickly from there, we'll say. But that's the
So,
one that sticks out.
Broncos have just taken. The Broncos have just taken a defensive tackle that PFF have rated at number 244.
It's mad, isn't it?
That's a big reach.
This is what I mean. It's just crazy. Like, yeah, for them to take him that high, there must feel like there's other teams that are interested in him. But then, how does it go like so under the radar that he's not on anyone's board as being this high?
Oh, here comes the Raiders pick.
Okay. They could have taken freaking Tim Keenan at top of the third. I mean, it might have been a slight reach. but
Kayvon
even that would have-
Crawford.
Yeah. So this is
How
where
come
I'm
you're so far ahead of me?
Yeah, I've got Kayvon Crawford in that. This is where I start to get really irritated that DDS, Romello Height, Joshua Joseph's all still available. So you could have either sat pretty at what pick did we have? 63.
63.
Yeah, 63.
63, yeah.
I did 63. You could have either sat prettier there, or even it looks like started to move down if anyone wanted to come up and still acquire one of those players. But what do I know? I don't get paid the big bucks to make draft decisions. In fairness.
Okay, that's another edge off the board. The fact Danny Dennis Sutton has still not been taken is actually quite surprising.
And Josh Josephs as well.
And Josh Josephs as well. You know, them fourth round picks could really come in handy right now.
Yeah.
as Rob said, probably you can understand the first one for Caleb Lomu because, tackles there was a run on tackles right there, so you can understand that. But this Gabe Jackas one, I'm not sure whether we needed to make that.
Okay.
If he was the last edge available in this group, then it makes sense, But there's the same three guys that I spoke about before that are still available. Does anyone else go after Gabe Jackas? No. So there was Zion Young was the last edge to go before, and then there was 10 picks. We moved up for Gabe Jackas, and then there's been another 10 picks. So we've taken the only edge in this range. So if you were moving up above somebody to get Jackas, it's I'm not sure how clear that is because no one's then gone for their next option at edge in the 10 picks afterwards.
Yeah. I think unless they only fancied that guy and have pivoted somewhere else.
Possible, certainly possible. Certainly. So Arizona obviously took Beck at the top of the third round there, Nick, after they didn't go Ty Simpson. Do you have a big gap between those two guys? Simpson and Beck?
Yeah. Simpson was my number 2.
Yeah.
He had a first round grade. Beck was my number 4, and he had a 4th round grade.
So in terms of value, do you still
Third round grade, sorry. Third round grade.
In terms of value, do you prefer Beck at 65 overall or Simpson at 13?
I probably prefer Simpson at 13 on the basis that I don't rate Beck.
Fair.
I think he panics when he's under pressure.
Which could happen quite a lot in Arizona.
Oh. Travis Kelce was a 3rd round pick.
So we saw 5 wide receivers go off the board in round 1, only 3 in round 2. So some interesting options there in terms of, oh, wow, the Eagles go Markel Bell.
Yeah, I took him.
Wow. So they get their potential Lane Johnson replacement. Their understudy. 6'9", 346 pounds.
Jesus Christ. Monster.
Huge.
Yeah. Imagine if the Dolphins had taken him and they had Caden Proctor and Markel Bell as their 2 tackles. Just a neat little 700 pounds between the two tackles there if they went.
But again, you look at that. The Eagles have taken him at 68.
Yeah.
I've been mocking him in the 3rd round in the late 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, someone that you might have hoped to have been able to sneak at the top of the 4th. But there he's gone at the top of the 3rd.
He's injured currently, though, isn't he?
I think he has been, yeah. I think you're right.
He has been, but I don't think he's injured at the moment.
Okay.
Interesting, he goes ahead of Caleb Tiernan out of Northwestern, who looked like, going into the draft, he looked like that next guy after the bunch of first rounders. he looked like the next guy. There won't have been a tackle taken at all in the second round. I don't think.
Okay, Bears are on the clock now.
No.
Bears are just about to make their selection now.
Literally, only 3 offensive linemen taken in the second round as well, in Bisontis, Jones, and Slaughter. So it's a good job that we got Lomo. Really.
Mm.
Oh no! Oh, I've got the pick, Kieran. Kieran, no.
Oh,
Is it who I think it is?
It is.
Is it Tim Keenan?
No, it's not.
No.
It's even more disappointing than that.
he's already messaged.
It's even more disappointing than that.
Oh, fuck off, Chicago.
No. They've got 2 very good tight ends already.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do they need a third one?
Wow.
Oh no.
Komet, Loveland, Roush. That is a absolute dream tight end room, isn't it?
Oh, bollocks.
You have to think Komet's maybe available. Anyone got any interest in Cole Komet on the New England Patriots?
Not particularly.
All right. It's Oscar Delpo fucking bust then. That tight end.
See, I'm of the opinion that we don't need a tight end until like late day 3, personally.
Or just literally land someone in round 5 and he turns into the next fucking George Kittle.
Mm.
So what's wrong with Emmanuel Pregnon?
Mm.
We know why McCoy's falling, and we know why Bell hasn't been picked. San Francisco select Romelio High. Absolute bastards.
They've just.
I
How
like
come you?
Romelio
Why are you so far fucking ahead of me? Can you not?
Because you're on the zone and we're not.
I'm not on the zone, mate. I can assure you that. Right
All
now.
right.
I really liked him. I took him at 63 in my mock
I've just refreshed my screen now.
People said that was too high. It was perfect. Romelio High. Really like him. Fast guy.
He's part of that beast of a defense at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
That Texas Tech defense could have played NFL on its own.
Mm.
So
just a thought that I've had here. So we've obviously seen, maybe this isn't quite as applicable, right? But you've got David Bailey, Lee Hunter, and Romelio High all on that defensive line, right? At Texas Tech, who have all gone in the top 70 picks of the NFL draft. Do you think that there's any risk with Bailey at all, that this is a little bit of a similar situation to Clemson a number of years ago when we saw Clelin Ferrell, Dexter Lawrence, and Christian Wilkins all go in the first round from the same defensive line? And I know Ferrell was a reach at the time at 4 overall by the Raiders, and Mike Mayock, his first pick as Raiders GM, but obviously ended up being very disappointing. Do you think that there's any risk of that with Bailey, with the other talent on the defensive line, or do you think that, you know, what you see is what you get with Bailey and it's true?
sorry, I was on an Emmanuel Pregnon deep dive. I wasn't paying attention.
That's all
Someone
right,
just-
Nick.
Sorry, someone just caught my eye on X. It was all. Because he was drafted with the 57th overall pick, Logan Jones will receive a lifetime supply of ketchup from the Kraft
I told you
Heinz
this.
Company.
I told you this last night. The first ever Mr. 57, he gets a red jacket as well.
Jones didn't know the incentive of his draft start until informed on the Zoom minutes after being selected. He says, "I love it. I'll take as much as I can get. Let's go ketchup."
Yeah. I'm not fussed about the $4 million that I've just got from.
I got a whole
or
supply.
more.
I got a
Or
lifetime
more,
supply
yeah.
of ketchup.
Reasons for Emmanuel Pregnon dropping could be his age. He's 24, nearly 25.
Mm.
He has issues with his balance. He has tight hips. And while explosive in short areas, he struggles against fast, quick defensive linemen. Well, why is everyone giving him first round or certainly second round grade? That's what I don't. I mean, I gave him a first round grade, to be fair. So
Just for
Okay.
reference, because Cole Kmet is someone that I quite like. He has a cap number of $7.7 million this year and $15.4 million next year if he were to become available for trade. There was obviously talks about the Patriots being interested in Kyle Pitts, apparently, who I have zero interest. I'd much rather go in the direction of Cole Kmet than Kyle Pitts if we were going to look to acquire a tight end through trade.
Okay. Where did Washington go?
Well, they got Sonny Styles, didn't they? At 7th overall. Hell of a pick. So I was absolutely shocked when Carnell Tate went at 4 and Robert Saleh decided to pass on Sonny Styles. Once Love went at 3, I thought that was nailed on, but obviously they've gone with the direction of supporting their young quarterback.
I think you're probably looking at maybe AJ Halsey, Keontae Scott, maybe Chris Bell if they want to take an injured wide receiver.
This is their first pick this evening. I think that the reason they don't have their second round pick is because of the Marshawn Lattimore trade, I want to say.
Lattimore.
Yeah, Marshawn Lattimore, the cornerback from
From
New
the
Orleans.
Saints?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was like a couple of years ago, though, wasn't it?
I have a feeling that they traded 2 second round picks for him. Let's have a
Wow.
look.
Mark Rippon.
Oh no, I'm wrong. They traded a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th for him. So why do the Commanders not have a second round pick? Commanders 2027.
Next year's draft's in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I knew that.
Mm.
Of March 2025, the Washington Commanders acquire Laramie Tunsil and a 2025 4th round pick from the Houston Texans for 2026 second round pick, 4th round pick, and 2025 3rd and 5th.
Laramie Tunsil was still bending organizations over.
Yeah. Yeah. So they gave up a 2nd and a 4th from this year's draft and a 3rd and a 7th from last year's draft in exchange for Laramie Tunsil and a 4th last year. quite a high price.
Oh, hurry up and announce the pick, will you?
It's Antonio Williams, wide receiver, Clemson. I like this guy. I like this guy a lot.
Antonio Williams. Oh.
So 3 players that I love, they're all in a row. Sam Roush, Romello Height, Antonio Williams. Who else do I love that could go here? Danny Dennis Sutton. Won't go to the Bengals. They took Cassius Owl. Elijah Surratt, I like. Jennings Dunker. Genesis Smith, safety. Say again, Carl?
Bengals picks in.
What do I think?
All right, who are the Bungles taking?
Ooh.
Cario Davis, corner.
Wow.
That's interesting.
How far is Jamod McCoy going to fall there?
Could he fall Shador Sanders level?
That's exactly the name that I was going to mention, yeah.
Is he going to fall out of tonight? Having fallen out of last night, he's going to fall out of tonight as well. Surely not.
That would be remarkable, wouldn't it? That would be remarkable.
Someone's got
Someone's got to take a punt on him. I think it's got to be somebody. It's got to be somebody who's set as well, that they can afford for him to not be fit.
Like us in a way.
Yeah, like us, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Tampa.
Denver.
Tampa, Denver, the Colts, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Pick. There we go.
Chicago.
Oh, New Orleans
Giants
Saints
have traded.
The New Orleans Saints. I've got some bad news, Carl.
Giants have just traded back into the 3rd round.
I've just noticed that.
There he goes. Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia, to the New Orleans Saints.
Oh.
So we are limited at the tight end spot now. And this is, I think you've just got to look at going day 3 here because, I mean, I suppose Jack Hendry's.
Well, Jack Hendry's out of Texas.
Yeah, is somebody that I still quite like, but I just group a lot of these guys together in the same range. Joe Royer, Eli Raridon, Josh Cuevas, Dalen Bentley, Max Kitselman. I like a lot of those guys in 5, 6, 7. Do either of you guys have a pick so far? I was thinking 1st round initially, but from the 2nd round as well, of like a player that you really like, plus a fit that they've gone to that you really like, the way you think that they're set up for success.
None, because every player I've wanted so far has gone, and we're not in the range where we should be. It's
No,
just-
so I mean a player that's gone to a particular team, so not Patriots, but just a player that you like that's gone to somewhere where you think, "Do you know what, that's a really good fit for them there. They're going to be, that's a solid
Right.
pick."
Sorry. The Giants have just traded back into the third round with Cleveland. Cleveland have given them number 74, which is this pick now. In exchange for 74, the Giants have given them 105, which is a fourth rounder, 145, which is a fifth rounder, and a fourth rounder next year as well.
Shut up!
what the hell?
Two
Wow.
4s and a 5.
What are the Giants
That's
going for here?
insane. Well, I can tell you where they've gone. I'll wait though. Nick, this is one for you.
Malachi Fields.
Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame. What can you tell us about him, Nick? Do you like him?
Bust.
I wouldn't say he's a bust, but he does have dropping issues.
That's a hell of a lot to give up to go get him, though, isn't it?
Especially when there's other wide receivers on the board.
Well, precisely.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a big wide receiver. He can hug the line and win at the top. Win at the high point. He can get up, but it's just he just has moments of lack of concentration, which causes him to drop stuff. So. Cleveland have done really well this draft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering they've got currently the easiest schedule in the NFL for this upcoming season, I expect them to make the postseason. If they want to start putting this narrative at the only reason why we got to Super Bowl, we had the easiest schedule on paper. Sweet, Cleveland, short term.
You and who's quarterback?
And I will come for Ollie's head. I will come for Ollie's head if they fail. If you fail miserably.
Well, we will certainly see, won't we? But I can't see Cleveland being in the playoffs. Can you?
No, I can't.
No. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that division, I suppose, really, because, Pittsburgh ended up winning it, didn't they? Pittsburgh won the division last year.
They won it because the Ravens couldn't stop choking.
Yes, but obviously Pittsburgh currently doesn't have a quarterback on their roster. Well, they do. They have Will Howard, but you know what I mean. Aaron Rodgers hasn't re-signed yet. I expect him to, but that's a team that's just continuing to get older, really. And at some point Rodgers will. I don't expect him to have as successful of a season this year as what he had last year. Although I do like the Madden Michael Pittman. And then Baltimore, obviously, a change from John Harbaugh. That could go any which way, I feel, really. Like, maybe Jesse Minter is going to be a real success. But, you look at the losses in the offseason with Linderbaum and Ricard, Isaiah Likely all leaving, and Lamar being a year older, it wouldn't surprise me if Baltimore takes a step back. And then you've got the Bengals. Is it all going to come together for them? With Joe Burrow, is he going to be able to remain healthy? I feel like we have this conversation every single year. So I feel like that division is a little bit more open than what people think. And Cleveland's defense was fantastic last year. I wouldn't expect that to be any different. So I don't think their offense is going to have to score 35 points a game in order to win matchups. It's a lot to ask of them for them to make the playoffs, but maybe a little sneakily frisky team, Cleveland. You have no faith in that, or do you, Nick?
No comment.
Fair enough.
I'll be honest. I got distracted by my own avatar on Car's screen.
Right. Yeah. Why is that you on that?
Because we're both logged in on his
Right, I've got you.
on his account. So he's back.
Hello.
Yeah, that was a little bit confusing.
It's because I change it on my side, and then it doesn't. He has to change it on his side, and he didn't.
Yeah. Well, no, it was on my Arsenal avatar one. That's why I switched it over. But I don't know. There wasn't any more I could use.
It's okay.
Yeah, because there wasn't. We don't have a new one because we'll be flipping over to the Across the Pond network StreamYard. So. Okay.
Have you guys seen the contract that Jonathan Grenard's got from the Eagles?
No.
It's a 4-year, $100 million extension.
Caleb Douglas.
And $50 million guaranteed.
Absolute beanpole of a man.
So it was 2 third-round picks that Philly gave up for Grenard.
How far was Caleb Douglas down on the wide receiver board, Nick?
I
don't
on
think
PFF he's 156.
Wow, that's a fucking reach.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Who is Miami's quarterback, by the way, just out of curiosity?
Malik Willis.
Malik Willis. They gave Malik Willis all that money, and then they sold all his, and then they got rid of all his weapons. Got rid of Jalen Waddle and
Tyreek Hill.
Deal with that.
Steelers are on the clock now. And the pick's in.
So we've not had a linebacker go since Anthony Hill.
Keep it that way.
So that's a little bit positive news.
We're still 20 picks behind, though. That's the only issue.
Yeah.
Well, I'd take any of those top 4 that are left. Lewis, Elliott, Lawson, or Bocher. I'd take any of those 4.
Is that how you would rank them, Nick? Do you think?
No, I would probably rank them Lewis 1, Elliott 2, Bocher 3, and Lawson 4. I'm not a great fan of Lawson.
Wow.
But further back, you've got Aiden Fisher and Trey Moore as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really want to be picking a linebacker that far back unless he's my second linebacker that I'm picking.
Yeah. We need to add someone to be that third in the rotation. Obviously, Gibbons, did a lot of that for us last year. And
Drew Alar.
Really?
I knew it. I knew it.
I'm taking Drew Alar. Before Nussmeier, before Klubnik. And he's the first red square that's off the board. The first player with a red square that has gone off the board.
Just talk us through your color coordination there, Nick, if you don't mind.
So green is first round grade.
Yeah.
Orange is second round grade.
Yeah.
Blue is third round grade. And grey is fourth round grade. Red is anyone who has spent at least half the season injured.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what grade he is. If he spent at least half of this last season injured, then he gets a red. He gets an injured grade.
Nice. I think this is going to be Kieran updating us on his bet. Rouse taken off the board and Pittsburgh killing my QB bet with the Aller pick. This has been the worst 20 minutes of the draft so far.
I had a funny feeling. I was thinking about half an hour ago. It was like, I've heard nothing about Aaron Rodgers. We talked about Aaron Rodgers. He hasn't said a word about the thing. I thought, I wasn't going to take someone. I had a funny feeling it would be Drew Aller. I had a funny feeling it would be Drew Aller, but I didn't want to make myself look silly. God, I should really go back to gambling, but no.
Shouldn't. Shouldn't.
I did make some money yesterday, I'll be honest. It wasn't a boatload, but it was some.
I made £7.50.
Oh, wow.
So, big successful night.
I won £9.81.
Very good.
Oh, I'm gonna. Okay, Packers picks in.
Chris McCallum. He was someone I was taking with that 125 pick as well. So the fact that he didn't get anywhere near there.
Yeah.
But again, Chris McKellen's gone. The decent players in front of him, Caleb Proctor, Dante Corleone, Big Citrus, Dominique Orange. You know, there's some names in front of him that. But did they really need to come up for him?
All depends what they gave up for him. I'm just having a look now.
I just wrote it down. Well, I will tell you right now. The Packers got number 77, which they've just used. The Buccaneers got number 84 and 160.
Yeah.
Nearly 20 from the end.
Yes.
We're getting there. We're getting there. I think we're all just nervous to see what we do now.
Just imagine having to do a 4.5 hour one on your own because DJ's left you after 20 minutes. I spent a lot of time talking about how Shedeur Sanders was falling.
Yeah.
I was also peek behind the curtain. I was also texting my cousin questions for him to ask me on So it gave me something to talk about as well.
What
So-
was the best question you got last year?
Oh, I can't remember. That was last year.
Anything?
You could go back and you could watch, Rob. There's
Sure.
4.5 hours of, well, there's 4.5 hours and about 20 minutes DJs with me, and then the rest of it is on me on my own.
Nice.
And I answer all the questions. You could watch it.
It's commitment. I'll give you that, Nick.
It's stupidity. That's what it was.
Well,
Because I knew from the start that it was just going to be me and DJ. So when DJ said after 20 minutes, right, I'm done now, because of course the Patriots was scheduled to pick early. So as soon as the Patriots picked, he was like, right, I'm off now. I was like,
Sure.
cheers, thanks. Hmm.
Well, Rob, if you want to know something, you and I have broken the record of DJ lasting round 2 in the draft from last year. So you and I
Right.
have now go. So we're in round 3. We're in the dark
So
side of round
we're
3
in the good
now. So
books. We're in the good
we're
books.
in the good books. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hmm.
Okay, so tonight's not gone well for the Pats so far in the draft, but in good news, the Boston Celtics beat the 76ers 108-100.
Very
2-1 up.
good.
2-1 up, right. Now do it again on fucking Sunday, then slam them off in TD Garden.
How many minutes did Tatum play this evening?
Let me have a look.
We got destroyed in the 9 minutes he was off the court the other night when we lost to the Celtics.
It's him and Jaylen Brown that runs that team.
Yeah. Well, obviously with Tatum going down at the end of last year, I think I had no expectations whatsoever for the Celtics this year. So for Jaylen to carry us to the second seed and be a fringe MVP candidate was extremely impressive. And so now with Tatum coming back, you're adding the team's best player into a team that was already the second seed. So if Tatum can continue to stay healthy, then like I say, I feel like we've got a real chance.
I think Pat McAfee's high. He just said the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
I've just heard that as well. I think
Right. I mean, the trade that they made last year for Source
AJ Hoggard.
Who's that?
AJ Halsey means.
There you go. Right. Yeah. Nice one. Pat.
AJ Halsey.
Yeah, safety.
Safety.
Yeah, the trade that the Colts made last year for Source Gardner, the 2 first-round picks, like we were discussing. To be fair, this kind of came up with one of the Ravens guys last night that we were talking to, Rich, in relation to the Max Crosby trade that obviously didn't go through with the Ravens earlier this offseason. And we were discussing, the kind of importance of holding on to draft picks versus trading them. So it'd be maybe interesting to get your thoughts on this as well, Nick, right? So I kind of had the view that generally with these trades, you get an initial gut feeling as to whether it's a good one or not. So Green Bay trading 2 firsts for Micah Parsons, who's a young, premium position, hard to find edge rusher.
Then went and got himself injured.
Unfortunately, yeah. But at the time, as well with Green Bay being a team that is perennially picking in the bottom 10 picks of the first round, they're low value picks trading for a young player. So that initially, like just on gut instinct, feels like a good one. The Source Gardner trade, trading 2 firsts as a Colts team that you're hoping that it's going to put you on the edge, but hasn't got a history recently of just being a perennial contender. Those picks could be anything up to 10th overall. It wouldn't be shocking. And particularly when you don't have the quarterback set, like Daniel Jones wasn't even under contract at the time that they traded those first round picks. That just felt
Atlanta Falcons have just selected Zachariah Branch.
very nice. That just felt like a massive overpayment for me and like a desperate move. And I think that the Crosby trade kind of felt fairly similar as well. Not quite as bad, but I didn't get this, feeling where the news came through and you went, "What a smashing deal!"
I think for me is
That's
I'm all
That's Dion Branch's baby boy, isn't it?
Is it?
yeah.
That's Dion Branch's son.
Oh wow, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, it's Dion Branch's son. I saw a little bit today because Dion Branch is one of the coaches at Georgia.
Ah, makes sense.
I'm all for
good weapon there.
I'm all for trading back little places. Like if the guy you want is good, like for example, take today for example, or last night at 31. I'd have quite happily moved back into the beginning of the second round to sort of like no more than 34. Because I think you can still get first round quality right at the beginning of round 2.
Sure.
But you can get some big capital back. But moving back in round 4 isn't something that screams to me. Ultimately, you know that the more picks you have in that top 100, the better.
Mm.
So that's always been my attitude. The more picks you can get in the top 100, the better.
Is it me or are the picks starting to get a little bit more quicker now?
Yeah, because I think they've got there's a queue of picks that have been made, I think.
Wow. You seen who's just gone to Baltimore?
No. Oh, Jacoby Lane. Ooh.
Jacoby
Oh,
Lane, wide
fuck
receiver,
off.
USC. You were a fan of him, Carl.
Tonight has gone from bad to worse.
So
Yeah,
you've watched,
right.
not to rub this in, but you've watched a couple of your guys go off the board to
Nearly
AFC
10 of my guys have gone
rivals,
in there.
AFC rivals in Marlon Klein and now Jacoby Lane. So you feeling okay about that?
No, fucking suicidal. What do you think of it?
Again, rank 136 on PFF, and he's going at 80. Some 50 places earlier.
Yeah, I personally, if it's any consolation, wasn't a massive fan of Jacoby Lane. I wonder about his ability to separate at the NFL level. But I like Elijah Surratt as the other wide receiver in this range.
Some big Tennessee names left on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Josephs, Brazel, and McCoy.
I'm just getting sadder and sadder that those guys are still available. Josephs, Height, Danny Dennis Sutton, all three of them. It's not good. They don't have to drop too much further where you'll be in the position where you could have traded back and got two of them.
Hindsight's always 20/20.
Indeed.
Well, Vrabel's not going to be there tomorrow for family reasons. So Wolf and Cowden better fucking nail the day 3 picks.
That was
yeah.
That was very politically put there. That Vrabel won't be there for family reasons.
To be fair, I won't be here for other reasons. I'm not on duty for day 3.
Neither am I.
No one is. No one is. It's too long. I can't sit in this chair for
Albert
more than 4 or
Regis,
5 hours at a
defensive
time.
tackle, Texas A&M.
Say that again.
Albert Regis, defensive tackle, Texas A&M.
So he's not someone that I've really come across, but they've taken 2 Texas A&M players in the 2nd and 3rd round in Nate Borkirker.
165.
So that they've gone with 2 Texas A&M players ranked in the 160s in the 2nd and 3rd round in Nate Borkirker, tight end, and Albert Regis, defensive tackle. Is there a Liam Cohen linked to Texas A&M or something?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, me neither. It just seems odd that they've gone for 2 guys out of that school.
How empty it is now.
Yeah,
That's a weird pick by the Jags. That is a weird pick by the Jags. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, Vikings are now on the clock.
And I'm on adverts.
Yeah, I can't see any sort of link there. So maybe they're just
Maybe
Like
they
players.
just like Texas A&M players.
Very sad to have seen KC Conception go off the board at 24 as well as talking about Texas A&M, but I think it was long odds that he was going to be there at 31 or even 28.
He's still going.
He is.
You just seen that what he's
Oh.
put.
Yeah, I've just seen it. I've just seen it.
Let me So if anybody was wondering what we was actually laughing about, Kira just posted this. We found out what Carson Beck will look like as an Arizona Cardinal. That's basically what that's basically what he's gonna look like.
So right now the Patriots have an edge rotation of Harold Landry II. Harold Landry III. Draymond got his dad in. Draymond Jones, Gabe Yakus, and Elijah Ponder. How do we generally feel about that?
That is piss weak. I'm not gonna lie.
In comparison to last year of Landry, Chase, and Jennings and Ponder, it's really swapping out Chasen and Jennings for Jones and Yakus. Doesn't feel like a significant improvement, really.
No.
Oh, Big Citrus has gone.
Dominic Orange.
A position where it felt like we needed to make a significant upgrade. It doesn't feel like much. So the Vikings have gone with 2 defensive tackles in the first 3 rounds. in Caleb Banks and Big Citrus.
That's an awesome name, isn't it?
Yeah,
Big Citrus.
yeah. He's class.
Yeah, and they just. Rich Eisen just said orange is the new purple
Nice.
because he's going to Minnesota.
Nice.
Hang on in there, guys. Hang on in there. Where are we now?
What
Pick
did
3.
what did the American police officer say after he shot a ginger person?
Right.
Orange is the new black.
The views expressed on this show.
That's not a view, that's a joke. What do you call a ginger person in a porno?
I've not
A
got this one.
cameraman.
Right. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
What do you call it? What do you call it when a ginger person gets a phone call on a Saturday night?
I don't know.
Wrong number.
Just
Chris
with
Brazel's gone.
Has he?
Carolina.
Right. So they had another wide receiver. Seemed a little odd them selecting Monroe Freeland in the first round. Me and Kieran were discussing this. Obviously, they've got Aquono, who I think got injured, but they signed Rashid Walker from the Packers to a 1-year, $4 million contract, I believe. So, you know, Walker's obviously started for a number of years in Green Bay. So it just seemed a little bit strange for them to bring in Freeland. You know, maybe it is a sort of, you know, look to the future if they don't believe in Aquonu long term. But, you know, I'm not sure how much they'll get out of him in his first year. And if you look at
this. Hang on, listen to this for a receiver. And Bryce Young at quarterback, Chuba Hubbard running back, Ted McMillan at receiver, Chris Brazel at receiver, and Coker at receiver. That's a pretty good receiver room, I'm not going to lie.
5 wins.
It's not bad.
5 wins. And the Bucks are on the clock, and the pick has just come in for them. What's this private chat? Oh, fuck off, Nick. I'm not. I should put you in the.
That one's a little close to the line. I'll be honest. That's why
you'll get us cancelled before we even get going.
That's more offside than Filippo Inzaghi. That's nice reference.
I did feel that was probably slightly in the questionable.
That might be beyond even my line. Okay, to do the Bucks take.
Yeah, I like what the Bucks have done in adding Ruben Bain. I think they will have been thanking their lucky stars that he was available for them at 14 overall. And then they went Josiah Trotter in the second round. So, you know, obviously,
so who's had the best draft so far? As we come towards the end of the, you know, in the final straight of the third round, 16 picks to go. Who's had the best draft so far?
I gotta say it's between the Jets or the Browns.
I was thinking the Browns have had a great draft.
The Browns have had a very good draft. Very, very good draft.
Like I said, I really like what Buffalo's done in trading back, acquiring draft assets. They managed to get TJ Parker at the top of the second round, who I think is a starting caliber edge rusher. I think can come in and contribute pretty much immediately for them. And then, sorry, Alexa started talking to me then. And then they managed to get Igbinosun at the end of the second round as well. So I quite like that from them. Chicago adding Dylan Thieneman at 25 overall, I think is a great pick for them. Logan Jones, the center in the second round, and then Sam Roush. Yeah, I think that's really good. They've still got another pick in the third round as well. I think the Bengals
could take McCoy, you know.
Yeah, I think the Bengals with Cassius Howland, Takario Davis might be in the conversation for the worst draft so far for me.
I think if we get 5 more picks, and McCoy's still there at 89 for Chicago, wouldn't surprise me if they take that chance.
Yeah.
Because while they don't need a corner this year, they will do next year.
Yeah. And Cleveland, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion. I'm not a fan personally of Denzel Boston, but getting Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, you know, so late in the second round, at the 26th pick in the second round, I think is great value. And they've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks left. Which is insane. You know that Denver pick of Tyler Onyedim? That's the first pick they've had in the draft. They didn't have a first rounder or a second rounder, and the first guy they've added is that kid out of Texas A&M. I don't hate what the Lions have done either. Blake Miller at 17th overall, starting right tackle who can come in immediately. Obviously, so with Sewell at the left tackle, they added Cade Mason for agency because their offensive line got pretty much decimated. And then
Ted Hurst out of Georgia State.
Georgia State? You mean Georgia Tech?
Georgia State.
Sorry,
Okay.
I mentioned Cincinnati as being the worst draft, but actually I think it's Jacksonville with Borkerker and Regis in the second and third round. No first round pick. Borkerker and Regis.
I watched Ted Hurst 2 Octobers ago. Not October just gone, one previous. And I watched an entire game where the first half was punt, 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 score, punt, punt, score. That was it. That was the first half. And I'm like, right.
Beautiful.
High quality player at Georgia State that day.
I've got another nominee for best draft so far, and this really pains me to say it, but the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, and R. Mason Thomas. That feels filthy. That's the number one corner in the draft. Peter Woods was top 5 pick at the end of last year.
Yeah. Based on what, he didn't have a great year this year, but he still was high quality.
So the upside from Peter Woods there at 29th overall, and then R. Mason Thomas. Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I think that there's an argument to be said that that's the best draft. I think that those are 3 decent defensive players that can all come in and contribute for Kansas City. It's addressed 2 of the most significant needs on their roster at cornerback and edge, whilst also adding somebody else on the defensive line to help generate a pass rush. And, we talk all the time about, we were talking about Caleb Lomu sitting under Morgan Moses to be able to learn and that tutelage. And I think, Carl, you mentioned it as well, with Peter Woods being able to come in and Chris Jones being there and being able to learn from him and play alongside him. I think that is excellent work from Kansas City.
Right, Dalen Everett, defensive back, Georgia. That's who Pittsburgh have just taken. but Cameron Howard just introduced them as the 6-time Super Bowl winners, soon to be 7-time Super Bowl. If you think Pittsburgh are winning a Super Bowl soon, you are mad. Another corner goes off the board with still no McCoy.
There's an argument to be made with the New York Giants' first 3 picks as well. Arvo Reese, Francis Marinoa, Colton Hood. 3 really good players there. I'm not a fan of Malachi Lawrence in the third.
They're my team. They're my team to go from fucking worst to first. Not worst to first, but they're going to be significantly better. I've got.
Sure, you could certainly see it.
I'll probably say. I'll tie my flag to the mast right now. I think the Giants win the NFC East.
I like it. I could certainly see them having a winning record. I think that division could be really close between all 4 teams, really.
There has been a trade. Browns are on the clock. All the Browns have done is just trade up, trade up, trade up, trade up. That's all they've done.
Austin Barber.
So they've taken 2 tackles, which is quite significant. Like so, when you look at their acquisitions this off-season, just on the offensive line, Titus Howard in a trade with the Texans, and he signed a 3-year, $63 million extension. Tevin Jenkins re-signed. Zion Johnson signed a 3-year, $49.5 million deal. Elton Jenkins signed a 2-year, $24 million deal. So they've brought in 3 offensive linemen through free agency, re-signed one of their own, and drafted Spencer Fano and Austin Barber. So
Spencer Fano a right tackle then?
Spencer Fano can play both.
Right,
he can play both sides. He's played right at Utah because Caleb Lomu played left, but they can play both. Cleveland have given up 2 fourths and a 6th to get up to 3rd.
Wow. All to the charge. The Chargers have just got. How many picks have the Chargers got, by the way?
Right now, the Chargers so far have drafted Akeem Messidor and Jake Slaughter. That's not bad at all. And then they have 3 picks in the 4th round, 5, 23, and 31, a 5th and 3/6. So they've got plenty.
Okay, who are the Dolphins taking?
Wow, what is going on? Will Kasmerak.
Tight end. He wasn't even on my radar.
No.
Where the fuck is he?
All I'm going to say is who?
Ohio State tight end.
PFF ranked him at 383. His average draft ranking is 199. And the Dolphins are taking him at 87. Jesus.
Wow.
That's a big reach.
That's a huge. I got no idea who the hell he is either.
Well, he's the second tight end to Max Clare. So he's not even the starting tight end.
He's a young tight end as well. He didn't have to come out this year.
Wow. What have we got left? We've got 12 picks left.
Jags are on the clock. And
we've gone to a break.
And their picks in. Well, we're getting there.
Get it off.
We'll
have to get it off the internet because it's on a break at the moment.
I'm quickly grabbing a drink.
How many picks are left of this round?
12. Still, we have Kyle Lewis, Keyshawn Elliott, Deontay Lawson, and Bryce Bircher. They're the top four.
It's got to be linebacker, surely.
It has to be because we need.
We don't have a fourth rounder now. We can't afford to make a mistake with this now.
As I've said in the last few weeks since we got rid of Mapu, we needed one. I think we probably need two now. Oh.
My stream has decided to crash. Nice one. Okay. Who's winning in the hockey today? Montreal 2-1 up in the series. Cool. Utah Mammoth 2-0 up currently. Anaheim and Edmonton's 0-0, but it's 1-1 in the series. Oh, that's cute. Albert Reese's little. You just seen it. Yeah,
that's sweet.
That's cute.
And Emmanuel Pregnon finally goes Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow,
Okay.
they actually make a pick which is actually makes sense this time. Although to be honest,
number 36 drops to 88.
And number 300 goes at 87.
yeah, value.
So still no linebacker taken since
Knock on wood.
No.
Anthony Hill. Had 4 go.
We've still got
In the
6
second
players
round.
still up. There you go. And the Bears are on the clock and the picks in.
This is the spot where I said the Bears could take a chance on McCoy here.
Yeah.
Barham is available at edge.
I like Barham. I like Barham because he can do a little bit of both. He can do a little bit of edge rushing and he can play some off ball. I suppose he's like a very, very, very poor man's Ava Reese in that fact that he can do a little bit on each side. You know? So I wouldn't hate that.
Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU. Now, I know for a fact he's quite low down. 213 on PFF. And he goes 88.
Another receiver. Haven't the Bears got enough receivers already? Unless it's just, but they said it's just pure speed. This is just about pure speed. So he could potentially just be like special teamer. But that's a bit of a reach. That's a bit of a reach just to go round 3, just to be a kickoff and punt returner.
Well, I suppose the Bears will have had a sneaky need at wide receiver because, yeah, they obviously traded DJ Moore and Olamide Zakia signed with the Falcons. So at the moment on their depth chart, it's Adunze Burden, Jade Walker, Khalif Raymond. I don't know anything about Jade Walker. Caught 6 balls on 10 targets for 87 yards and 2 touchdowns last year. So
here comes the 49ers pick.
Kalen Black, running back. So is he the 3rd running back to go? He's only the 3rd running back, I believe.
Yeah. We haven't had a running back since the end of the 1st round.
Wow. So that's another one of Kieran's bets, Dad. Sorry, mate.
But when we were doing our individual drafts, I selected Kalen Black and I selected him in like the 6th round.
Yeah.
Special team, I would have thought.
Mm.
But you know the way that the board is falling, you know, and like I say, I'm not an NFL GM, but the way that the board is falling, there are so many guys that are still on the board that I would love to have 4th round picks to be able to take a look at, whether it's Elijah Surratt, Genesis Smith, Romello Hike, Josh Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton, Jay Sean Barham, Deontay Lawson, Emmett Johnson. There's so many guys. Kamari
Raiders,
Ramsey,
Cowboys, Rams, and Dolphins, and then we pick.
Jamod McCoy. Brian Parker, Gennins Dunker. So many of these guys. Bryce Bircher.
My bet is all about the Pats, obviously, and obviously my wager with freaking Tom about Diego Pavia. There's still a lot of good names on the board here, and the more it falls, the more it's like, this is not worth taking.
Yeah.
What was the stipulations of your Diego Pavia? I know it's drafted against not drafted, but what does it cost you?
50 quid.
£50.
50 quid.
Wow. No forfeit or anything.
No forfeit, just straight up cash.
Straight cash.
If he was doing a live show, like let's just say at the Hippodrome for like week 1 or something, and we had to do a fucking dare or some kind, I would have said to him, right, wear a Browns jersey then week 1. In retaliation to me, he would probably say, right, you wear a Jets or a Bills or a Dolphins. But
so at what point do you start panicking?
Start around 6. The start around, that's the highest I think he'll go is round 6. But I just think his measurables are not there. His attitude is disgusting, and just.
But while there's so many QBs still on the board, you don't need to worry.
So is Tom on the side of him getting drafted?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're saying not drafted.
I
So it's
mean,
looking
for
good- it's
me
looking good for you right now.
personally,
Hmm?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I would say that to this point, given the fact that we're only 3 quarterbacks in and we're almost, through the first 3 rounds of the draft, averaging one quarterback per round, and that's likely to increase later. But still,
Yeah, but
this is
remember,
going about
the
as
rest
well
of
as it
these are
could
all
have
going to be
gone.
third stringers. The rest of these are all going to be like third stringers, though. So it all depends what teams have got quarterbacks on their rosters.
Mm,
Of the nine quarterbacks before Diego Pavia, I'd be confident at taking 6 of them before him, definitely. So there's only 3. There's only 3 that I'd maybe put him ahead of. But there's at least 6 QBs that, for me, are ahead of him.
There's also at least 2 or 3 teams in the Miami Dolphins and Jacksonville Jaguars and other teams alike that may just pick him now. Yeah, based on the way that the picks are with some of the rankings.
The Raiders. Stop wittering and get on with it.
Mm-hmm. It's 4:45 in the morning.
Where's he born? Hogan-Dowqua? Do you reckon I've got close there?
Okindawqua.
Yeah, they came up with saying where he was born.
Trezun or Trezun, Hun, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Trezun the third.
Decent day for Texas A&M, really, isn't it? Trezun, Albert Regis, Tyler Onyedim, Nate Borkirker, Cassius Howell, Chase Bisontis, all Texas A&M players drafted today.
Right, so he's listed as a center.
Yeah. But they've already got Tyler Linderbaum.
Tyler Linderbaum.
But according to PFF, he's not a center.
He's a center on the
He's a
tape they're showing
tackle.
on NFL Network.
They've got him down as a tackle.
No, he's lined up at
143.
He's lined up at center on maybe guard there on that play.
Okay, Cowboys on the clock and the picks in.
Jamod McCoy, surely.
Would make sense. Would make sense. And then we are almost there. We're in trade-up territory.
Once they get... No, we're not trading up.
We don't need to trade up. There's only one team ahead of us, 2 teams, including Dallas 2, that might want a linebacker. So...
Is Drew Pearson's announcement a few years ago the most legendary draft pick on stage of all time? Because that started a thing with the Eagles kicker.
Sean Barnum.
Sean Barham. Oh, they go Barham. Don't mind him. Decent pick, that. Decent pick.
I've got an edge, that doesn't worry me.
This is going to be surprising if Josh Josephs, DDS, and Ramella High all last till round 4, day 3 of the draft.
Bargain.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we don't have a fucking 4th rounder.
Nope.
No, but it's annoying that you gave up what you gave up. Because I'd have quite happily not given up that 4th rounder and lost Gabe Jackas and taken any of these guys that are still left.
Yeah. Like I say, you could literally have traded down from the bottom of the 2nd round to here picked up an extra. So then you would have potentially 4 or 2, 2, 3, 4th rounders. And you'd be in prime position then to get one of these guys at edge that we mentioned, and Bryce Bircher, and Tim Keenan, and 1 or 2 others. Genesis Smith. So you could have got depth at D tackle, linebacker, and safety, which is the absolute spine of the defense where we needed depth at all 3 positions. Keegan Trost, offensive tackle, Missouri, for the Los Angeles Rams.
Keegan Trost.
Mm-hmm.
$260 on PFF.
God knows who we're going to take it then.
Well, we've got a chance choice of 4 different linebackers, so take your pick.
The Dolphins pick is in.
Let's have a look.
And then it's the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Coming up on the 4-hour mark. It's going to be.
We're getting there. We're slowly getting there.
Yeah. It doesn't look like anyone's trading up for it, does it? So I think we're going to be sticking and picking.
So the Dolphins have taken a tackle, a corner, a linebacker, a wide receiver, and a tight end. They need a guard.
Mm-hmm. Dennis Dunker's still out there.
Miami need a lot, to be fair, but
yeah.
I don't know. Is this a Jamad McCoy?
Could well be.
Is this a Jamad McCoy spot? Is this a Chris Bell spot?
I like Miami for guys like that because they're just going to be so bad. Like they can make picks now for 2027 and beyond. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And they got Malik Willis for 2 years. So if they're shit, which we expect them to be, and they're picking early next year, they can get a top quarterback and sit him for a year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be a really smart way to play things. And I would probably, if I was Miami, I would look at taking, Chris Bell and Jamad McCoy. And then when it comes to the 2027 draft, it's almost like you've got an extra 2 draft picks.
Mm.
Well, you know how like the other year it was tanked for Tua?
Yes.
We were
Now it's
talking
Go on.
Yeah, we were talking on the college pod about next year's QBs, and we were saying the march for Arch.
I was going to say play arse for Arch, but
the march for Arch, Minging for Mensa. What else did we have?
Selling out for sellers.
Say that again, sorry.
Selling out for sellers.
Nice.
I think we might have had suck for sellers.
Suck for sellers.
Um, trying to think all of them we had. Crap for car.
It's Chris Bell. It's Chris Bell to the Miami Dolphins.
I said it might be Chris Bell.
Yeah, good shout. Good shout. So, you know who's on the clock?
He's going to spend all year on IR anyway with his ACL. So,
Indeed. So the New England Patriots on the clock at pick 95.
Well, the linebackers run stopped, so
we've selected Caleb Lomu in the first round and address tackle, and traded up for Gabe Yakus to address the edge spot in the second round. So, guys, what are you thinking in terms of players here? Are we all settled? We've been talking about linebacker all evening, haven't we, about being the next biggest need. So is that where you guys would be going? And if you got a pick in particular, what would be the name of the guy that you would be looking at here?
So yes, I would go linebacker. Based on who's available, as I said, for me it would be Kyle Lewis, Keyshawn Elliott, Bryce Boucher, and Deontay Lawson last as those four.
How about yourself, Carl?
picks in Bryce Boucher. Bryce Boucher I'd go for.
That would be the one that I would love to see on the roster. So let's have a look. Any outside shouts that we think it could be?
We might
McCoy, Elijah Surratt.
Aiden Fisher, maybe.
Aiden Fisher.
Harold Perkins Jr., possibly, but I doubt it.
That's in the back end. I'd go for Harold Perkins, though, in like a 5th or 6th.
Could be a safety as well here. I would like to think it's a linebacker. Give me Bircher. I like Lawson. Kyle Lewis is fine for me.
Dion Branch.
We could save ourselves here with a really good pick.
I'm here to announce the greatest organization's 95th pick in the NFL draft. The greatest organizations select Eli Reardon, tight end, Notre Dame.
What?
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Well, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not particularly impressed with that. I think that's high. I think that's not the most important position that we needed to address. Why would you go tight end at 95 there when you've got
we ain't
linebackers?
We ain't got a 4th.
We haven't got a pick now for almost 80 picks.
And you need at least one linebacker, if not two.
And a defensive tackle and a safety.
Right.
Like
Nick,
this.
You're the Notre Dame fan out of all this. Tell us a bit more. Kieran's just messaged. Don't mind that. Kieran. Sorry, Nick. Talk to me.
Justify.
Eli Reardon, Notre Dame.
Yeah, he's solid. He's got a really high ceiling. I think he needs to improve his concentration. I think he also needs to improve his route running at the top of the route. I sometimes think he trails off a little too easily. And he needs to decide where he's going to go in the professional game, because I think he's not big enough to be a blocking tight end. So is he going to stick as a wide receiver? Is he going to go sort of wide receiver, or is he going to stay at tight end? In which case he probably needs to bulk up a little bit. But yeah, he does have upside. He does have the potential to grow. But for me, that is a disappointing pick.
I haven't got a lot written down in the way of Eli Raridon from my notes. but
Steelers have
give you-
just picked Jennings Dunker.
I think that's a better pick, I'll be honest. Yeah, in terms of his stats at Notre Dame, 2025, 32 receptions for 482 yards, 0 touchdowns. And the previous year in 2024, 11 receptions for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you're talking about less than 600 yards and less than 50 catches over the course of 2 years. He tore his ACL in 2021, retore it in 2022, has been healthy since. He's a big body, 6'6", 245 pounds roughly. So, you know, he is that big body tight end, but like you say, he doesn't seem to give much in the way of blocking. I just feel like, you know, particularly given the fact that you've moved so much draft capital to acquire Lomu and Yakus, that you have to, you can't do that and then not draft for need. And to me, when you've got Hunter Henry, who has been pretty healthy over the course of his time in New England, and you've just signed Julian Hill to a 3-year, $6 million a year contract, how much opportunity is this guy actually going to get to play? How many snaps are you going to have where you have 3 tight ends on the field? You know, the majority of time you're going to, you know, if you are going into any kind of jumbo set, it's going to be 2 tight ends with Reggie Gilliam as the fullback. That's going to be your sort of standardized big man run the football formation. So how much opportunity is Eli Raridon actually going to get? Whereas when we talk about linebacker, defensive tackle, and safety, you really want a 3-man rotation at safety. We currently have 2. You want at least a 3-man rotation at linebacker. We currently have 2. And you want a couple of guys who can rotate in at defensive tackle, you know, behind Barmore and Milton Williams. And so for me, I just don't understand why you would prioritize tight end over linebacker.
Nah, that makes no sense to me. Now we got to wait 80 picks for.
And like I say, for me, if you are taking a third tight end, then there's loads of guys later on in the draft that you could look at. You know, Jack Hendries is
Hendries is still there. You got the tight end
we
from Alabama.
we really like Eli Raridon that much more than Jack Hendries. I don't understand it. I'll be honest with you. I think you know I was fine with the pick last night, and I was even fine moving up for him. But the 2 picks this evening, I'll be honest with you. I think I'm a little disappointed in.
And this is with Rabel in the war room as well, with Cowden and freaking Wolf.
Yeah.
So if this is Rabel's influence in all of this, what the hell are Cowden and Wolf going to do tomorrow?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I just feel like we're so thin on the defensive side of the ball. To go back in at offense, I don't really see the upside personally.
No, I mean, I don't get it.
This isn't a guy who was, you know, projected to go in the 2nd round and has fallen, and you know you're sitting there going, you know, there's just so much value here. You know, this is a guy that a lot of people had mocked in, you know, on day 3. Obviously, hope that he's successful with the New England Patriots and that it's turns out to be a wise pick in the long run.
Well, we'll find out next month if the Patriots are on the international stage or not.
Boy.
What have we got? 4 left.
I just hope that the rest of the league is a lot lower on guys like Bryce Betcher and Tim Keenan than we have been generally as a podcast, and that they're still available post pick 171.
Caleb Tiernan.
Okay. Probably not one of the best tackles, but obviously going to the Vikings might work. Okay, and Minnesota are back on the clock because they got back-to-back picks. And they've gone back and the picks in for them again.
So Jacoby Thomas, what? He's a guy. He's the Miami safety that I had in the 7th round in my mock draft. And he was ranked 3-0 something on PFF's big board. I like him, but I wouldn't have taken him in the 3rd round. I wouldn't have taken him ahead of Genesis Smith or Kamari Ramsey. Boy, Caleb Tennant, Jacoby Thomas, safety. I like this guy. He's big body.
If you watch his combine, and he actually didn't catch it, but he didn't catch the ball well at all.
He's hard hitting. I did not expect that. Just as we're watching these last couple of picks, and none of us are going to be on doing a podcast tomorrow. Any day 3 names that you want to throw out there?
Linebacker number 1, linebacker number 2,
Number 2.
linebacker number 3. Anybody that plays linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay, Seahawks and the picks in. Julian Neal, corner.
I'll just reel off the list of names that we've kind of already mentioned, but as hopes for day 3, it would be Bryce Bircher, for me personally, Dante Lawson, Genesis Smith, Lorenzo Styles Jr., Tim Keenan, Danny Dennis Sutton, Joshua Josephs, Elijah Surratt, Emmett Johnson, Will Lee. I know someone that Kieran likes.
When's so when's our first pick?
It's 31 in the 5th round, 171.
So none of those guys are going to be around.
You wouldn't imagine so.
No.
You wouldn't imagine so. I mean, you don't know, but it would certainly
Aiden
be
Fisher,
surprised.
maybe. Oh,
Yeah.
Jalen Husky's gone.
And that concludes the 3rd round of the NFL draft, doesn't it?
It does.
Night 2.
And it ends at 4:07.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, considering we was looking forward to this, hopefully we can nail the players that we needed.
That was a bit of a disappointing end.
That was underwhelming.
Oh,
It was underwhelming. Gabe Jackerson having any of my mocks at all. Eli Raridon, I definitely had none of my mocks at all. Caleb
I mean,
Lemieux,
I had us taking a tight end, but I never had us taking a tight end this high.
No.
And I certainly didn't have us as taking a tight end over a linebacker.
Agreed.
I want to know who influenced that.
Well, you have to assume that's a Vrabel pick.
Well,
it's gonna be a group pick, isn't it? Vrabel and Wolf and everybody are going to have based their picks on what they see, and they're going to have their guys, and they're probably going to have a list of guys who they want to get, and they've made their decision that that's the guy they want. So
we go back. So the draft restarts again at 5:00 tomorrow. 5:00 tomorrow evening, our side of things. So we're probably not due to be on the 5th round board till what, 7:30?
Yeah, I won't be on at any point tomorrow.
No, we won't be.
I doubt I will be.
Nah.
Happy to do something, maybe Sunday or something as like a.
I'm sure we'll be back this week with a review show.
We will.
We normally do a review show on Tuesday, don't we? So I assume we'll be back on Tuesday with a review show.
Maybe not me. Hang on.
Oh,
yeah, we do Tuesday.
It almost makes you question why you stay up till 4:00 in the morning to do this stuff, doesn't it?
Shut up.
Because it's our job. Because it's our job.
Do you know what? As disappointed as I am in the 2 picks this evening, particularly because we moved up for Yakas, great fun. Jumping on and chatting with you guys, doing 4 hours with you. So yeah, absolute pleasure with you too. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, listen, it's been good fun. It's not been what we wanted, but overall, you look at it overall, just go, right, okay, let's see what we can do in day 3. But day 3 is basically throwing darts at a board and hoping you land on a big score. That's basically all day 3 is now. So, but we still have pressing needs, major pressing needs.
Yep.
I mean, there is what I know. We don't need a running back, but a certain Mike Washington is still sitting around, which I thought he would have gone probably to the back end of round 3. We'll probably may go to the start of round 4 tomorrow. But the fact the running backs are still sitting there, it basically shows you how really weak the running back class is.
3 running backs in the first 100 picks that's crazy.
Dire. That's dire. It's Jeremiah Love and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Anyway, right. We're gonna call it a night, guys. Everyone, thank you. Everyone who's been watching. Thank you for dealing with us for like the last 4 hours and 9 minutes. But we're gonna get on out of here. We'll be back on Tuesday for the match for the draft reaction show, and we'll be doing our grades for it and going through the players that we signed and so on. And yeah, compared to last year, it's not looking great. But
let's see who we end up with tomorrow. Let's see
what we end up with tomorrow. Yeah. So people, thank you for watching. Please make sure that you like the video. Please make sure that you like the video. You're spiking the subscribe button. You're telling all your friends. You follow us on our social media platforms. Make sure you follow the podcast on Spotify and on Apple as well. Thank you to Nick. Thank you to Rob. Absolutely amazing. We've made it to the end. Now we can go get some sleep. So with that being said, see you all on Tuesday for the review show. So go Patriots. Don't fuck day 3 up, please.